There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bands when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the same heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield. Legs and arms, swords and bombs, it never stops. On and on, back in 94 I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reason. There we go. All right. Switch this up so it's a little less. Still kind of see me, but maybe hopefully just see the screen better. Actually, kind of like this. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I like that. All right. Let's just fucking get to it. I don't know. I'm already started a little project here just to sort of get my feet wet again, because what I do is I make audio reactive videos using Blender. Animation nodes, like I'm on Blender 5, I use the daily build, whatever. Animation nodes, it's not a thing anymore. I tried to use animation nodes in the way that I used to use it to do audio driven animations, and that's not going to work. And so Blender comes with a tool that lets you bake audio to an F curve, right? And so it's not like doing like real-time audio processing, which isn't that important really anyway, but it does add a little jaggedness to my workflow, because every time, like, I loaded in the wrong sound, right? So now I have to go back in, redo the whole thing, like find the right audio. There it is. Make sure everything is set correctly. Then I also had to go in and do this envelope stuff, right? Because what's happening here? Why is it? See, look, do I just delete all of that or what? Because because now it's adding. So if I go in and sound to samples, pick the right sound, it's like adding it to the end instead of. Pretty fucking confused. Yeah, look at that. That's wild. Oh, maybe that's my bad. Maybe that's because I had it at the playhead at the wrong position. Let's see what we get now. Okay, there we go. It's the correct scale, because that's the other thing. Then when you do it with this tool, you have to really go in and make sure that you get like the scaling correct and stuff, right? So you have to use this envelope modifier, which is actually, you would think there would just be like a way to just straight up add a multiplication to the curve, right? Where I could just be like, sure, take whatever point is on this curve and like multiply it by 10 or whatever, right? But in order to do something like that, as far as I know, right? And there's probably some special secret way to do this in Blender that I don't know. But as far as I know, you have to add an envelope modifier. And, oh, interesting. Yeah, I forgot. I gotta delete that. And then add. Oh, that's funny. Whatever. That in channel 1. Okie doke. Is 3961. 3961. So if I go back into my F curve, why does my F curve end here? All right, let's try it again. Sound of samples. Yeah, everything looks good there. Nope, the little end marker still only goes to, what frame is that? $38.79. So not 100% sure what this means. Is it going to line up with my audio? Who fucking knows? Let's see. There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the saintly heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield. Legs and arms, swords and bombs, it never stops. On and on, back in 94, I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha, dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people suiciding the way to freedom. Flow got down syndrome, lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic. Retarded and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class. Waiting for the bell to ring, but even it won't save your ass. There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the saintly heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield. Legs and arms, swords and bombs, it never stops. On and on, back in 94, I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha, dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people suiciding the way to freedom. Flow got down syndrome, lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic. Retarded and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class. Waiting for the bell to ring, but even it won't save your ass.
Tollyrot again, bragging about a middle class. Same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back. Had to whittle past a system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints or relation. It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit. Build a core they can't break in. Watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up. Sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut. Owned by Dr. Vogue, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Alright, and this is where we do research. Because I need to... Okay, wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. Because Oh. That's pretty retarded. All right, let's see here. Yeah, that's what we want. Start frame 1. Nope, that's still not it. What is happening here? That's not... What is... Oh. Oh my god. Fucking blow my brains out. This is so stupid. That was the dumbest thing I've ever seen in a fucking program before. That was the dumbest thing. Anyway, that means I got to go back and fix all this shit too. That's really fucking annoying. All right. Shit. Nope, that's not right. That wasn't right. Yeah, this adds so much nonsense to my workflow. Dr. Vogue, bragging about being broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the same heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield, legs and arms, swords and bombs. It never stops on it. Who told you? There we go, right?
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times. I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due to the fact his name's Dwight. You should be neutered if you ever have to say I have to ask the white. Words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose. Look closely, you can see the fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks. Look at my mask, it's golden. Don't ask, who am I? No emotion. Dr. Vogue, Tali Rod, the gods.
Okay. I will accept all that has happened then. That's fine. Yeah, I had to watch a little bit of this guy's video to get reminded about the process of how you import the sound, which has actually changed. Oh, and then he's got the whole thing about how you connect it to geometry nodes, which is our next thing once we do this whole thing. So we have done 3000 hertz. Oh, right. That was the research thing I was going to do. I need to find out what is the audible range of human hearing in hertz. All right. 20,000. Okay. So I guess we're just going to go straight up to 20,000, and we're going to start at, like, I don't know, 3,500. And we're going to see what we get off of that. I swear. There we go. All right. So that's the X location, Y location, Z location. So I've got basically, like, mixed into 3 channels here. I have to do the modifier, the envelope modifier, add, yep, add. No, add.
day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back. Had to whittle past a system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints of relation. It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit. Build a core they can't break in. Watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up. Sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut. Owned by Dr. Voke, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times. I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due to the fact his name's Dwight. You should be neutered if you ever have to say I have to ask the wife. Words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose. Look closely, you can see the fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks. Look at my mask, it's golden. Don't ask, who am I? No emotion. Dr. Vogue, Tolly Rod, the gods.
All right. So now it is time to somehow use these F curves to influence geometric properties of these different objects. So I've got this, right? And so there's got to be a way to sample an F curve or something. Or again, I'm just going to have to finish watching that video and figure out how he's getting those F curves into yeah, I don't know where would you even get the animation data attribute? Oh, do I have to export it to an attribute? Oh God, let's see what he's up to.
Real. Let's go to geometry nodes because that's where we're gonna do most of the work. Over here, I would like to create a new collection. Let's call it audio and take the icosphere, the cube, and the torus and just drag it into the
Yeah, it's not that easy, is it,
Chris?
Chris?
First thing we want to do is let's maybe take care of the base, okay? So for the base animation, I had those bubbles in the center of the screen. Maybe let's just align our camera. Also, again, we don't have screencast keys are showing up. Then RX90 and GY, bring it out, look through the camera. This is what we're looking at. Now we're gonna need an object for our base motion graphics.
Bro, okay, fine, but
and it's stored
here we go. Object info.
But it's only in the
so we're not even using the F curve data. We're literally just pulling location data out of a moving object. We're probably gonna turn that object off and fucking not even render it and just use its location data. That's crazy.
And we get more points distributed. All right. So here we have the music play. So when there's a
So he gets his XYZs. Does distribution. So that's nice. That's interesting. Okay. We're getting some basic concepts back.
okay, we can see more base. And we get more points.
Yep. Okay.
Compare and say, okay, if our volume information is less than, I don't know, 0.3, then we want to switch a float value. Float.
Is he doing?
Okay, so if it's less than, we want 0. If it's greater than, we want this. Okay, and then also we should add probably a math node so we can multiply our value a little bit. Bring this over, and this is our density, and let's see. Okay, so when there's almost no base happening, we have zero. Points.
So it only pops up once you reach a particular threshold. Yep, I get it.
Points, we can increase this to 0.5.
Yep, and you can change your max density. That's nice too.
That's the base information.
Yeah, very cool. All right.
All right, cool. So we have this now. Just see how this works. I have an entire tutorial. In this case is, like I said, just a point cloud. Okay, now we want the spheres to shrink down. For that, we need to simulate something in this zone.
All right, so basic concept I got was I want object information. I want all right, so I've got 3 channels here of animation curves that I can now feel like it just used to be so much more intuitive. They really started you slow with geometry nodes, and then it just got more complex. They started changing a lot of the terminology and the order of the nodes, which makes sense from a developmental standpoint. But, you know, if you were already learning it a particular way, then it's actually pretty difficult. So let's see what we've got here. All right, what do I want to do with that base data? Because this is base data, mid-range, high range. So let's see. I could. Well, that's not really going to help me, is it? But maybe I could use these like multipliers for other animations that might be happening. Not sure. Not sure at this point. It used to be a lot more straightforward for me. I used to be very creative with this workflow. Pretty much make anything happen. That was actually one of the things that was really good about the animation nodes. And maybe there's another way I can do this. I feel like there was like a plugin that I had that helped me sort of, seemed like it would help me sort of like automate this, because I'm just it doesn't work anymore. Doesn't. So there's something that lets me do that, and I just have to figure out which. What is this? Oh, sure. Yeah, I doubt that works anymore. Hmm. Yeah, interesting. I guess not. Don't know what it could have been. I know it was like over here in these tools. I could do something to do like audio animation stuff. Sure, install the commotion update because I may still use some of these. Oh, wait a minute. Is this it? No. Okay. Are you installing? I don't think that you are. I think that I probably just broke my fucking blender. Oh, good. Go back and look at some of my old videos and see again what techniques was I using, you know? Because that's the thing. So if I'm looking at that is actually what made me think of this is if I look at this thing that I did for this Banto beat, these points have been made part of a collection, and each point is referencing a certain frequency range, right? And so I was able to just be like, okay, this whole sound file for each element in this collection, if I have 32 elements, divide the frequency range up into whatever that many ranges, right? And then I would be able to sample each of those ranges for volume, and it would make the different pieces of this change depending on what part of the frequency was being activated at that time. And you know, if I had 100 of these segments, then it would be 100 different like portions of the frequency range. And so I don't know, it doesn't seem like something like that is possible with these tools that I have now without animation nodes, because animation nodes was what allowed me to do that. I would just pull in the sound, and I could use like I could plug in a node that would say divide this frequency range into this many points based off of maybe how many points were in a mesh or something like that, right? And so I'm afraid now that something like that is not possible using the default Blender tools. And I don't know if maybe there's like a geometry nodes add-on or something that I could do, but it's not gonna let me arbitrarily divide up a sound into multiple frequency ranges to sample. Which really inhibits my ability to do what I need to do for these kinds of audio reactive motion graphics. Like, I could just somehow, I'm so ass backwards, because I could somehow create, enough objects with enough fields or whatever. I probably just use attributes or something, honestly. Like custom attributes, and just make 100 attributes or whatever, however many that I need. But the problem is, then I really only need to because then I'd have to go through each channel. If I did 100, I'd have to go through each one and I could do all the math beforehand and figure out what are my frequency ranges that I'm sampling, and then go through each one, 100 of them, and generate frequency ranges for each attribute, and then have those attributes. But what if I only needed 30? What if I started with 100 and it turned out actually I only need 30, right? Then you have to go back, you have to do the math over again, rebuild all of those things. And maybe instead of being 100, it's 30, but hey, you did those 100 before. So what a waste of time that was, when you really actually only needed 30. It's not the kind of thing where you can just be like, well, I'm just going to take 30, right? And of this 100, right? It needs to be the full frequency range divided up into 30 pieces instead of 100 pieces. So there is no good solution without animation nodes, I don't think. I'm going to do Blender plugin audio to animation. Let's see. What does this do? MIDI? Nope. Lame. Don't need it. There's already a free one that does that, so don't need it.
Have you ever wanted to...
Is this animation nodes? Sound nodes.
Allow you to extract audio information from music files and use it to drive your animations however you want. The information extracted is...
See, here it is. This is into geometry nodes. Perfect. So, Blender sound nodes. All right, let's see what we get. All right. Oh, and it's only $10. It allows me to do that in geometry nodes. Oh, okay. So I'm sorry, you guys have to watch me fucking spend money. Published over 2 years ago. Oh. Yeah. What? So there's like a demo version I could use, like just download the free version. But I do not mind. Oh, do I not have? Do I have an account at Superhive? Oh, you formerly Blender Market. Yeah, I should. Interesting. Okay, what about blenderaddons.org? How much are you charging here? Oh, all right. So I'm positive I have so what would it be? What was it called? Blender Markets or something? It's got to be on here somewhere. Blender Market. There it is. Sweet. Fuck yeah. Knew it. All right. I'm gonna move this out here so y'all can't watch me put in all my credit card information. That wouldn't be good, right? So it says Blender 4.2. I'm gonna cross my fingers that it's gonna work in Blender 5. We'll see. So that means I should have oh god. Yep, I knew I was gonna fucking break it. All right, I'll be back.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging
around being broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when we apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the same heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield, legs and arms, swords and bombs. It never stops, on and on. Back in 94, I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha, dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power, and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people, suicide is the way to freedom. Flow got down syndrome, lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic. Retarded, and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class, waiting for the bell to ring, but even it won't save your ass. Save your ass, 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 save your ass.
Tollyrot again, bragging about a middle class. Same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back. Had to whittle past the system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints of relation. It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with.
All right. Okay. Cool. Oh. Did it work? Did you install Librosa? I feel like... Oh, it seems like it... Maybe it broke? Librosa is installed. Wonderful. So now I can add sound. Boy, really just hoping, I guess. Just not that easy. Gotta go read the fucking instruction. I hate it. I probably just gotta restart. Yeah, I'm gonna save it. New folder. Oh, interesting. Okay. I'm just an idiot, is all. What is it called again? See, here we go. Number of bins. I wish that was a node option, though, right? Like that I could programmatically control that. So maybe I have an object that disintegrates and has fewer and fewer nodes, or fewer and fewer vertices, or something that I'm controlling. Then I would like to be able to pipe that number into this, but everything is happening. Everything's getting baked, right? So I have to hit the analyze audio button. There's just not... Man, animation nodes was so great. It was so perfect. I don't know what this cursor is, guys. It's the numbers cursor. If anybody fucking knows what the fuck that means, let me know in the comments. Oh, here we go. It has no inputs, has no way to. Oh, God, that's so pathetic. That's pretty cool. Wow, that's actually pretty fucking cool right there. That it does the chromogram thing. So this opens up a few more options for me, which is nice. I didn't realize that's what chromogram meant, but now it makes fully fucking sense. Here it is. Here it is. This is the one. This okay. Wait a minute. So how many, what does the index go up to? What am I measuring here? Oh man, this is good. This is starting to get good. Let's go read the docs some more. I think the manual is going to be on GitHub. There it is. Sound notes documentation. Install. Load and analyze your music. Average frequency. Okay, I mean, it's got good. I don't know. 15 kilohertz. See, my research says 20,000. Hmm. So how many bins? So how do I? That's great. Wow, that's accurate. It is 95 BPM. Good job. Oh look. Okay. All right. So okay. Got it.
join. This frame has a radius, and we forward a few frames. You can see now we have 400, 300. Okay, now checked here, and this is exactly the same. No tree. We take the information from the cube. I called it low, but it's the cube. Okay, so we take the low information, the C-axis. We do our high pass filter here, distribute the points, set the radius, make them smaller over time, or decrease the radius over time. We delete the geometry we can't see anymore. We instance icospheres. And then back here, I also set smooth, which you have to do inside of geometry nodes so that these spheres are smooth. And then I also have a material. The material is this one, where I just assign a random factor here to get a little bit of variation. So we have some yellow and some red with this color ramp. And then I use the layer weight, and I'm sure you've seen this before. This is the layer weight, and usually it looks like this. So that gives you the angle of the surface to your camera, and you can turn down the blend so you can just get the circle piece. Oh yeah, okay. I use this factor here that gives me just a circle to mix between the emission shader and an empty shader, which gives me the black inside. And this also gives a cool effect because it looks sort of like a cartoonish cloud, because we don't get the full circles where we have overlapping spheres. So I think this is actually a pretty cool shader to create these sort of cartoony clouds. And I can emit particles, like all of these dots here, by shooting them out along the normal. So if you have the icosphere, you want the normal would be here, and this normal would be here, right? So we can emit particles like this from our original geometry, which is an icosphere, by taking the normal of our icosphere and storing this in a named attribute, and I called it V for velocity. So each of our points that we're emitting on each frame now has the velocity. I also store on the recording frame velocity smooth. If we hit play, this is what we get. You can see we have some particles flying faster and some are slower, and that's just the volume of our mid-range audio. All right, so that's the vectors. And then we have two random vectors, and they also have different values because I plugged the frame from our animation value into the ID here. So we get two different random vectors, create a curve out of that, curve to mesh based on a circle, and then set the material to the high material. The high material is just an emission shader with a very high strength, which gives us this sort of laser beam look. And down here, I'm using the audio information again, the C value from the high frequency info. And I say if that is greater than, this is again sort of a high pass, then either we have C, we got to create a, that's it as all.
Buddy.
And if you wanted to create a,
oh my God. Okay. Buddy.
pass filter here,
I don't see it running.
basically of the sphere geometry nodes. Let's look at mid these dots here by shooting them out along the normal. So if you have the icosphere, you want the normal would be here, and this normal would be here, right? So we can emit particles like this from our original geometry, which is an icosphere, by taking the normal of our icosphere and storing this in a named attribute, and I called it V for velocity. So each of our points that we're emitting on each frame now has the velocity. I also store another attribute called age. Inside of the simulation, I take the age, I add 1, so on each frame, each particle gets older by 1, right? So read, add, store. Again, we have delete geometry here because we want to delete the particles once they leave our frame. So this is the camera frame here. I don't know if you can see this on the recording, but we don't need to make them fly out infinitely. Once they hit outside here, or once they reach the outside of our frame, we can delete them. So that's what we're doing here. If our age is greater than 60, we delete the points. And then, of course, we want to move the point on each frame. We move each point on V. Remember, V is our velocity, which is the normal. So we have a lot of particles flying outwards. And also,
yeah, all of my old geometry nodes and knowledge is so, they switched it up. And I think, you know what, that was actually part of what I why I stopped doing this is because they switched up geometry nodes. Like, I was used to using specific nodes to do specific things, and they improved geometry nodes, so it's actually somewhat useful now. So many more different things you can do with geometry nodes. Very abstract. It's pretty cool, but it was like you were reading Run Spot Run, and you were like, man, I'm so good at reading. And then they're like, okay, here's Dostoevsky, and you're just like, oh, I guess I don't understand anymore. So I gotta get, I just gotta get good. I mean, that was always the thing, but I thought it would be easier to pivot to just a different style. But nothing that I did after doing these audio reactive visualizers felt as cool, as interesting as the things that I was doing when I was deep into these tools. So I think this is my call to come back to that, right? This is me coming back from the wilderness, back into civilization, creation, and all of that stuff. So I have this mesh circle here, and it has points. So is there like a mesh info, or like get me a list of all the vertices or something? Or maybe I don't. Maybe no, that's not true either, because I'm trying to update these meshes, right? Like, I'm trying to go in here and I'm trying to have these vertices on this fucking mesh, each vertex be tied to one of these bins in the spectrograph. And so I need to somehow address each of these vertices somehow. And I know that there's a way to do it. And I just, God, it just feels so pathetic that I don't have that knowledge anymore, when it was basically like, it was like second nature, right? Like it was second nature. I could very easily open up Blender, pop open geometry nodes, and pull something together like it was like nothing. Like, I just sit here and just fucking do it. And I don't, like, I feel so stupid, and I hate coming back to something that I'm already good at and feeling bad at it. It's it's a very disheartening, dispiriting feeling. And so that's kind of our hurdle, right? That we're moving over, me and you together. We're moving past this hurdle of not caring that we're babies again, right? We just have to accept that we're fucking babies. Don't know what the fuck we're doing. And just listen to other smarter people about how to make this stuff happen. I did all of this. How the fuck? I wouldn't even know how to recreate this in modern geometry nodes. And this is 3 years old? Yeah, no idea how I would recreate this in modern geometry nodes. How did I make those lightning bolts? How did I make the electricity around the letters? How did I do the outlines of the letters and stuff? That's even just basic Blender shit that I've somehow forgotten. Very strange, because anyway, let's go back and look at some more tutorials. Let's see. So I understand attributes, and well, maybe I don't. Maybe I gotta fucking watch this shit again.
There's a wide world of geometry nodes.
There is.
It's such a big world, it sometimes feels impossible to navigate. In this video, I want to explore the things that all nodes have in common.
No, I know what they all have in common.
Concepts, and show you how I've come to understand them. So, I'm going to start simple, at the very beginning, with a single dot. If I wanted this dot to exist in 3D, I'd give it XYZ coordinates, and then it would hang there like a frozen ping pong ball in the vastness of virtual space. We can see this positional data in the spreadsheet. Now I know what you're thinking. A spreadsheet. I'm here for the thrilling possibilities of procedural geometry, not an email from my accountant. But the spreadsheet is fundamental for thinking like geometry nodes because it allows us to inspect our geometry. For example, here's the vertex, and here is its XYZ coordinates. This is an attribute defining the point in space our vertex is. It's the position attribute, and it's the only attribute our vertex currently has. If I open the geometry node editor, I can add a geometry node modifier to our vertex. Our geometry travels along this green noodle from the group input node to the group output. Selecting a set position node from the add menu, I can pass the noodle through it in a way that I'm going to animate here for speed and clarity. Now, if I change the offset values, it changes the vertex's position. What's happening in the privacy of this little node box is the position attribute is being set or offset with the values. Other than creating or removing geometry, this is what geometry nodes do. They do things to attributes. Different types of geometry use different attributes, with position being just the...
That's it, right? Okay, so man, I'm just following along here. I'm going to be doing a lot of starting and stopping, but that's correct, right? Okay, so we want to do set position, right? And then because it's going to take each of these... It's going to take each of these and it's going to do whatever I tell it, right? And they're all going to be offset by this amount. But you can use this selection thing, right? That, or you can, offset, right? So anyway, you can set them all to one position, right? If I put in a data field here, so if I put in a float, right? What? Value? There we go. All right, so if I put in a value here and just do position, they're all going to be at 0 point. Okay, cool. And then, oh God. And then there's got to be something like an index or something, right? And then I can feed that into like the selection. And then look at that. So that's interesting. Well, that's not right. That's not what I'm trying to do. But it's something like that. It's in that realm of like, it's funny. That's not going to do anything.
There go Dr. Vogt.
Okay. So there is a way that I can make it select each one in order. Like it'll apply it separately to each. Oh, did I? All right, well, let's keep watching then.
The tip of the attribute iceberg. For example, if we convert our single vertex into the single control point of a curve, it would, as it does here, still look exactly the same. But inspecting it with the spreadsheet shows that the simplicity of vertex life is something this sophisticated curve could only dream of. So, with all this difference, let's look at 4 characteristics that all attributes have in common. There's data type, domain, name, and value. Making our own attribute seems like it would be a very good way to explore these characteristics, and we can do that with the store named attribute node. If you're wondering why it's not just called the store attribute node, it's because not all attributes are named. Some are anonymous, but in respect for their anonymity, I'm not going to mention them again until later. First, I'm going to set the data type. There are 10 that attributes can store, from the comforting vanilla of a float value to the powerful complexity of a 4x4 matrix, which is not, as I first hoped, Keanu in an SUV. Each data type has its own color, but not flavor, which is something I recommend you resist confirming. I'm basic, so I've selected float. Next, there is the domain, which is the type of geometry element that the attribute is connected to. I'm storing this attribute on our vertex, so I'm going to select point. Vertices of a mesh, points of a point cloud, and curve control points are all in the point domain. Then I'm giving it a name so it knows who it is and assigning a value. And now there it sits on our geometry. Some may argue in the comments section that store named attribute is an advanced geometry node, but then those same some would probably argue about anything. This node doesn't just help us understand the anatomy of an attribute. I'm going to use it to explain the next thing, and the next thing is going to be fields. There's only so much you can make with a single vertex. So how do geometry nodes handle more complex geometry? Now I have 7 vertices. In the spreadsheet there's 7 rows, 1 for each vertex, each with its own position attribute. The rows are numbered starting from 0. These are the index of each vertex, their unique numerical addresses, and the fact that they start at 0 will be the most likely cause of you saying, oh, that's why it doesn't work. I'm going to store a named attribute on our geometry called Luke, and for its value input, use an integer with the value of 4. Now, all of our vertices have an integer attribute named Luke with a value of 4. The store named attribute node will always receive a single value from the integer node and store it on all of the vertices. If I replace it with
Being broke again, beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men, matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the same heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield, legs and arms, swords and bombs. It never stops, on and on. Back in '94, I was a real young kid. Now I'm
getting these numbers to send. Well, it's not. You see the dashed line of this noodle. it is dashed
All Buddha dwelling in the city where the rain lives.
field. A set of instructions. In this case, the instructions are to use for each vertex its index. This node is whispering down the noodle to every element in the domain selected on this node. If I replace it with an index node, however, the values of the look attribute are no longer identical. In fact, the store named attribute node is now storing on each vertex its index. But the index node has no input. Where is it getting these numbers to send? Well, it's not. You see the dashed line of this noodle. It is dashed to show that what it's carrying is a field. A set of instructions. In this case, the instructions are to use for each vertex its index. This node is whispering down the noodle to every element in the domain selected on this node. You don't need a value from me. The value you need is within you. I'm just here to tell you to use it. Use the index, Luke. If we look back at our previous input, the integer, with its solid noodle, and compare it alongside our index input, we can see that the integer has a circular socket while the index has a diamond. Circle sockets require single values, while diamonds can handle both fields or single values. A diamond with a dot in it is a field socket that's currently in a committed relationship with just one value. The power of these fields of mass instruction is that their directions can be expanded or elaborated on. For example, if I add a value to the field, say 40, the stored result for each vertex is now its index plus 40. Because now the instruction is, use the index and add 40. If I use a compare node, I can test if the index field is equal to 0. Again, I'm going to store the result, but this time as a boolean. And again, this noodle, now boolean pink, carries a set of instructions asking each vertex, is your index equal to 0? Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Does your index equal 4? Is it less than 4? Is it greater than 4? And again, these instructions are carried out on the geometry, the questions being asked at the destination, whether it's 7 vertices or 7 million, because the answer is completely dependent on the context on which it is asked. In other words, the geometry on which it is being evaluated. This context is called the field context. The index node is a field input node, and there's a fair few of them. There are those for specific attributes, but we also have them for...
God, I literally, it's so disgusting. It's so disgusting how you can just, like, if you're just patient, right, and you take instruction, it's so easy to level up. This is the thing I think I forgot, right? I think I also forgot the idea that it's just so important just to sit and take instruction, because so much just got unlocked for me. I had forgotten so many of these basic key concepts that I had never really like sat there and thought about them or like systematized them or whatever. It was just having had done it and having had some little basic instruction, it just sort of, I just understood it. Whereas now coming back to it as though it's like I'm doing the same reading, but it's in a different language or something, right? And so there's a little bit of difference there. So I'm all right. Yeah, look at this, right? So I have split the spectrogram into 12 bins, right? And so I have 12 well, I had 12 vertices, so here's 12 vertices, right? And each of these vertices now, depending on what their index is, because if I do that just does the whole, wait a minute, why doesn't it do the whole?
find the path to power, and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory.
So that's fine, but then oh, I'm doing a field. Okay. Right, because I got these dashed lines here, so I'm doing a field. So now that I've sort of fed this index into this, what comes out is field values. And so each different index is going to have a different offset. Okey-dokey.
Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people suicide the way.
But I want the offset. See, now I have to figure out how do I make these things go radially instead of just
of freedom, flow, goddamn syndrome, lyrics are autistic, my mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic, retarded, and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class.
Or even do like what I did with the feathers video, and do like the crown effect. Like I did that worked. But that was animation nodes. So again, trying to do the same stuff that I was able to do in the past with different tools. We'll see how successful it is and how creative I become with the tools that may have more longevity. So, oh God, it's pathetic. It's pathetic to be stupid and not know things. I hate it. I fucking hate that feeling so much. Okay, so I just want them to go on the z-axis so I can... No. What? Oh. All right, I do that, and then I just do influence the z.
That's waiting for the bell to ring, but even it will save your ass.
But I'm gonna have to do way more bins. I'm gonna have to do like 64 bins. No, less bins.
Tally rot again, bragging about a middle class, same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh, an old man with a bold plan who got a little back, had a whittle past a system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints of relation. It's business before it's sacred, it's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit, build a core they can't break in, watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up, sip hot toddies and smoke up. Ungodly bud in a shoddy hut owned by Dr. Voke way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us? Stopping us, stopping us, stopping us, stopping us, stopping us,
Every
Oh, I have to reanalyze the audio, reanalyze it. Probably gonna break, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Oh, look, and there's the numbers cursor again. I really don't know what that means. I think it's like a percentage complete type thing, but then at 70, it just locks up. Just sit here and wait. Oh, there's 80. But what's the 0, 0 at the bottom? Hey, look at that, right? So 2 bins now. Let's see what happens.
Time my penis is used, it drops a few pew whenever I
Interesting. So let's do 5 bins. And we'll reanalyze the audio. God, this is, yeah, this just changes, it changes the mentality that you have to have about how you use your tools. Like it changes the order of operations, basically. You're just like, well, I used to be able to subtract before I added. Now I can't. Mm. Oh, all right, let's see what we got here.
finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times. I'm done signing my name without reading the...
Hmm. Okay, buddy. This takes fucking forever. It's yeah, the longest part of the process. I wonder how animation nodes was able to basically do it in real time. Maybe I'm misremembering that. Maybe I had to do this shit too, like each time, like do a setting and analyze the audio. It's been so long, I have no fucking clue, honestly.
Paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybe.
Why does the viewer not show me any data? I'm genuinely confused why I don't get any data out of this. Like, shouldn't I have a whole... There it is.
I knew
Oh,
Eisenhower
there we
was
go.
Caucasian due to the fact his name's Dwight. You should be neutered if you ever have to say I have to ask.
So then what if I do like 64, 128, right? Whoa, no? Oh. Okay, I see. I see. What is the smoothing factor? What does that do? Yep. Uh-huh. Okay, so it doesn't, there is no in-depth explanation of what the fucking smoothing factor is. Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. Got it. Got it. Okay.
The white words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose. Look closely, you can see the fleas and lights jumping through my dreadlocks. Look at my mask, is golden. Don't ask, who am I? No emotion. Dr. Vogue.
So let's not normalize the spectrogram and do it that way. Oh, where'd my cursor go? Okay. What is happening? As for these slow times, I'm just gonna put up. Oh, all right. In any case, for the times when I'm not fucking saying anything. Microplastic. Oh, it came from the void, huh? Did it? Did it really? That's not a real person. Why do you run up with a dog on somebody just trying to live out in the fucking woods? You people are awful. Florida, you suck. You genuinely are fucking weird fucking pieces of shit. Oh, you can't live out in the woods literally away from everybody, not causing anybody any fucking trouble. How dare you? I'm gonna fucking run up on you with a dog. Jesus. Oh, hey. I'm glad she's still around. She was doing a real crunchy podcast for a while. That was Jean Grey. It was good. It was not my cup of tea. I think it was mainly made for women and gay men. But I was still happy for her for be doing it and having it be like as popular as it was. She was doing it live in venues in New York City and shit, pre-pandemic that I remember. It was really good. I'm glad that was a whole era for her. I don't know if it's still going on, but if it is, that's good. If it's not, I know she's on to something better, or at least as interesting. Let's sculpt this head in ZBrush. Hey, all right, look at that. ZBrush, though, think ZBrush. I think, look, if you're not going to give your tool away for free for people to use, a lot fewer people are going to use it. I mean, if there's an alternative that's free, even if the barrier for entry is more intellectual, right? People are just gonna deal with it because it's fucking free compared to $500 every couple of years. So just what they're doing is not like, they haven't progressed it far enough to be able to command that, like, versus whatever is for free, right? They haven't quite commanded enough of a feature lead, and because the feature lead, once you put something in your software, people don't have to go in and like a feature in your software, people don't have to go in and like reverse engineer your code. They just look at what you did and are like, oh, we're going to implement that somehow, whatever, how we come up with it, right? We don't need to look at your code. We're going to implement that feature in our, because it ended up being really popular. We didn't even think about it, right? And it's both ways. Sometimes the free stuff is like, we did this thing, and then the paid version's like, we do this thing now. Value added. And then sometimes the free versions look at what the paid commercial software does, and it's like, oh, I guess we should probably start doing that now, right? I think that's kind of like geometry nodes. The Blender Foundation was like, okay, geometry nodes, and then people are like, fuck yeah, geometry nodes, and then they were like, okay, fine, we're gonna try to beat Houdini then, right? Cool, that was great. That worked out so good for everybody. I bet even Houdini is happy, because they're gonna see how people who wouldn't have necessarily been into procedural geometry generation type shit uh, would be interested in participating in that stuff, right? Because they're like, well, I went to college. I never took a class in Houdini, right? Like I went through all, like, not me. I'm just saying, like, a hypothetical person is saying to themselves, I went to art school for computer graphics. I didn't take the Houdini class, right? Because I talked to people and maybe they said, well, I mean, it's not going to get you these kinds of jobs and blah, 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 right? And you're trying to like maximize time for value and shit going to college. And so you're just like, okay, whatever. But you still have these ideas and stuff, right? And so maybe as you are just like an artist, right? Again, not somebody who's like, oh, I'm going to make a bunch of money, but I just have this thing from inside of me that I'm trying to express. And then these tools exist for you to use. You may not get into something because it's like the barrier for entry is so high. You're like, well, I'm not going to use Houdini, and I'm not going to get sucked into a situation where in order to continue using the tool that I have now sort of like become interested in using, now I still have to cross that high barrier for entry, right? And so it's more comfortable, I think, for people to use these really low barrier for entry tools. Again, they may end up being more sophisticated, like harder to master or whatever. I don't know how you would really quantify that, but whatever metric you're using, right? It's a little bit more intense. But the barrier is not there. You can just go and download it. You just go and get it, and then you start working with these kinds of tools that you didn't know existed, even though you're a professional artist and maybe you knew they existed but didn't realize how they could enhance your workflow because there was such a high barrier for entry for even getting into it. And now it's like nothing. It's like nothing. It's the bet for people that don't care about making money from art. It is the best, like, that are just artists that just do art just because it comes from inside them, right? This is the best case scenario. I'm sure, like, here's the thing is, I'm sure that all of this is going to go, they're going to blow it up. Like, Microsoft is going to like ban open source software or something, right? They've been trying since I was very young, since my teenager years. They've been trying to destroy open source. They acquired GitHub. There's nothing that they're going to do positive or good with that. So, you know, but I don't think it's going to end because I don't think it's like, it would be like trying to ban knowledge or books or whatever, because that's all this is. It's just information. And now that we know it's possible in these different contexts, there's a lot of really smart people who also have that tendency to be artistic and just are like, well, I just want to express what's in myself, right? And this is how I know that we can create things that not just I, right, be able to express myself, but other people as well, because it's just a tool, and not just a tool, but an information tool. You cannot destroy it without just destroying all people. Right, I was gonna go to my playlists. in the middle. Ah, here we go. Yep, I'm gonna do water margin. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just start from the beginning. I always skip these first 2 episodes of this podcast just because,
Welcome to the Water Margin Podcast.
like,
This is
it's literally just like I know I got it's 2 episodes and it's a background for the whatever for all the rest of the stuff that happens in the novel. It's interesting. It's like its own self-contained little story.
The Huizong Emperor, sometime in the years 1119 to 1125. But to start us off, we are actually going to go back 4 emperors and about 60 years to late in the reign of the Renzong Emperor in the year 1058. The Renzong Emperor sat on the throne for 42 years, from 1022 to 1063, and his reign was generally considered a time of prosperity. But late in that reign, something went wrong.
Oh shit. Jesus.
Early on the
Holy
third
Rod,
day of the
the
third month
gods.
of the year 1058, the Renzong Emperor held court as usual. He sat down in his throne and the court officials all bowed. It's good to be the emperor. Then the chief of ceremonies declared, "If you have business to report, then do so now. Otherwise, court will be adjourned." 'Cause, the emperor has to get back to his busy life of leisure. But on this day,
There go Dr. Vogt, bragging about being broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure.
they told the emperor, "A plague is raging in the capital, and countless civilians and soldiers have
Pleasure never meant the same heart.
We hope your majesty, in your forgiving and benevolent spirit, will reduce prison sentences and cut taxes so as to pray to heaven for relief for the people." Now, you might be scratching your head and wondering what tax cuts and criminal justice reform have to do with combating a public health crisis. Well, tax cuts and amnesties were considered acts of kindness and mercy, things that could curry favor with heaven in the hopes of securing good fortune. Emperors would often do things like that on special occasions, such as naming an heir, or in this case, when there is trouble brewing. So the Renzong Emperor immediately told the Hanlin Academy to write up a draft decree proclaiming a general amnesty for all prisoners and canceling all taxes. The Hanlin Academy, by the way, was a government institution that started in the 8th century. It was a group of elite scholars, and one of their most important jobs was to decide on the official interpretation of the Chinese classics, which then set the tone for the imperial examinations, through which aspiring scholars earned government offices. So basically, if you wanted a government job, and who doesn't, you needed to toe the official line for how the classics were interpreted. But another part of the Hanlin Academy's job was to basically serve as the emperor's communications department, writing up and sending out his proclamations and decrees. So imagine if the President of the United States put together a government office comprised of Nobel laureates in literature, and they had the power to decide how Mark Twain should be taught in schools, and at the same time, they also served as glorified secretaries and wrote the president's speeches, emails, and tweets. Of course, now that I think about it, that might not be such a bad idea these days. Anyway, the decrees were written and sent out, the prisoners were released, the taxes were cancelled, and yet, for reasons totally beyond me, the plague stubbornly refused to stop. This concerned the emperor greatly, so he summoned his officials and asked them, "Okay guys, the giant tax cut did not lead to better healthcare outcomes like you promised, so what's your plan B?" Another official now stepped forth and said, "The plague is decimating our soldiers and citizens. No one is safe. In my humble opinion, In order to end this pestilence, your majesty should summon the divine teacher of the Taoists, who is part of a papal line that dates back to the Han dynasty. Ask him to come to the capital right away and conduct a great prayer service in the Imperial Park. That will save the people. Okay, I see we are really earning our paychecks this month. But since that was the only idea presented, the emperor took up the suggestion and ordered his secretaries in the Hanlin Academy to write up an edict to summon the divine teacher, which the emperor then signed. He also issued a bunch of royal incense sticks with the decree. Next, the emperor needed someone to go find this divine teacher, deliver the decree, and bring him back to the capital. For this job, the emperor tapped a marshal named Hong Xin. Now, during the Song dynasty, a marshal was a military post, but it was often held by people who were not soldiers. The founder of the Song dynasty was a general under the previous regime, and he came to power when his troops, spontaneously declared him emperor while they were out on campaign. So, from the beginning, the rulers of the Song dynasty were paranoid about the military taking matters into its own hands again, so they put the military under the command of civil officials. So, when you hear me mention Marshal so-and-so in this novel, instead of picturing a seasoned soldier who rose through the ranks of the army on the strength of his military service, you should picture a scholar, or worse, a good-for-nothing who attained his post by currying favor with the right people. Anyway, back to the story. So this Marshal Hong was ordered to go to Dragon and Tiger Mountain in the prefecture of Xinzhou, where he was to present the decree to the divine teacher, a certain priest Zhang, and bring that priest Zhang back to the capital to perform the necessary prayer service. The emperor lit some imperial incense in court and personally handed Marshal Hong the decree. Marshal Hong dared not dally, so he immediately took his leave and set out with a few dozen men. His attendants carried the decree and a golden box containing the imperial incense sticks. He mounted his horse and his party set out. Now, when government officials traveled, they had state guest houses to stay in along the way, so Marshal Hong and his entourage had their accommodations taken care of throughout the trip. After a few days' travel, they arrived at their destination, and all the local officials came to welcome this envoy from the imperial court. A messenger was dispatched to the Temple of Supreme Purity on the mountain to let the abbot and the other Taoists at the temple know that, hey, you've got a VIP coming, so roll out the red carpet. The next day, the local officials accompanied Marshal Hong to the foot of the mountain, and there they saw a flock of Taoists descending from the temple. They were beating drums and ringing bells, playing saintly music, bearing incense and candles, and hoisting banners and canopies as they came to welcome Marshal Hong. Together, they traveled up the mountain to the temple, which was a truly impressive sanctuary. All the Taoists in the temple, from the presiding abbot to the lowliest novice, came to welcome the imperial envoy and escorted him to the Hall of Three Purities. There, they asked him to place the royal edict on an altar. This done, Marshal Hong asked where the divine teacher was. To that, the abbot answered, "Marshal, you must understand, our current divine teacher is known as pure serenity. He is of a very exalted nature and cannot be bothered with such mundane matters as welcoming and seeing off visitors. He has built a thatched hut atop the mountain to meditate and cultivate his spirit. That is why he does not live in this temple." "Well, I have an imperial edict for him, so how do I get an audience?" Marshal Hong asked. Please leave the edict on the altar, and none of us will dare to read it anyway, the abbot said. Please come to the abbey for some tea, and then we can figure it out. So the entourage now moved into the abbey, where the marshal sat down in the middle, and attendants served up tea and vegetarian dishes. After the meal, the marshal once again asked the abbot, "Since the divine teacher is in his hut atop the mountain, why don't we send someone to invite him to come down to receive the edict?" "Sir," the abbot replied, "our divine teacher is at the top of the mountain, but he has an unusual knowledge of the way. He can ride the clouds and mists, and no one knows his exact whereabouts. Even we rarely get to see him, so how can any of us get him to come down?" And by the way, being in touch with the way was kind of the whole point of Taoism. In fact, the Tao in Taoism means the way, and it was believed that if you were really in touch with the way, you could do magical things like fly, or make things turn into other things, or live to an extraordinary age. So it's kind of like being in touch with the Force. But even if the Force is strong with this one, Marshal Hong was not going to take no for an answer, since he had to answer to the emperor after all. "So how do I get to see him?" he said, starting to lose his patience. "A plague is raging in the capital, and His Majesty has sent me here to deliver an edict to invite the divine teacher to perform a great prayer service to quell the pestilence and save the people. What can I do?" The abbot told him, "To help His Majesty save the people, you must demonstrate your piety. Eat no meat, bathe, and change into simple cotton garments. Then carry the edict on your back, carry burning incense, and proceed up the mountain on foot alone. There, bow and proclaim your invitation aloud. Then maybe you will get to see the divine teacher. But if you're not sincere, then your trip will be in vain, and you will not get to see him." "I've been eating vegetarian meals since I left the capital. Isn't that sincere enough?" Marshal Hong grumbled. "Fine, I'll do as you suggest and go up the mountain tomorrow." So at 5 a.m. the next morning, the Taoist got up and prepared scented water and a vegetarian meal for Marshal Hong. He bathed in the scented water and then changed into a new cotton garment and strapped on straw sandals. After eating his breakfast, he wrapped the imperial edict in a piece of yellow silk and strapped it across his back. In his hand, he carried smoking incense in a silver incense burner. The Taoists then accompanied him to the mountain behind the temple and pointed him in the right direction. "If you wish to save the people, you must not harbor any regrets or thoughts of giving up," the abbot told him. "Just press forward piously." Taking his leave of everyone, the marshal said a prayer for divine assistance and began his solo ascent. The winding path seemingly led up toward the sky, through a mountain that truly seemed like the sanctuary of
I don't want it to
immortals,
be
shrouded in mist, with awe-inspiring cliffs,
There we
babbling
go.
brooks, and strange rock formations. Marshal forged ahead, climbing over hills and fighting his way through the twisting, overgrown path, undeterred by the difficult journey ahead and wholly committed to his cause as his figure began to fade into the distant. Oh wait, no. He's slowing down. A lot. Barely a mile into his pilgrimage, Marshal Hong's legs and feet were already getting sore, and he was starting to stagger. He didn't complain out loud, but in his mind, he was thinking, "I am an important official of the court. In the capital, I slept on double mattresses and dined on banquet dishes. Even then, I didn't have that much energy. What the hell am I doing out here in straw sandals, climbing this mountain? Who knows where the hell that divine teacher is? Why do I have to suffer? Nonetheless, he staggered on, the things we do to save millions of plague victims, you know? But another 50 steps or so, and he was doubled over and panting hard. Just then, a strong wind blew through the hollow he was in, and when it passed, a roar thundered from behind the pine trees. A giant tiger with bulging eyes, a white forehead, and striped fur leaped out. "Oh crap!" a stunned Marshal Hong cried out as he tumbled backward to the ground, while the tiger circled with eyes fixed squarely on this human, who was obviously in no shape to resist or run away. And then the tiger let out a mighty roar and bounded off down the rear slope, leaving Marshal Hong sitting under a tree with his teeth chattering and his heart clanging like 15 buckets swinging up and down in a single well. His pulse might have been racing, but his body was paralyzed, and his legs were as limp as a rooster that had just lost a cockfight. The only thing running was his mouth, as he just kept muttering, "Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap." It was a long while after the tiger had disappeared before Marshal Hong managed to pull himself to his feet. He picked up the incense burner off the ground, relit the incense, and continued his ascent, for which I have to give him some credit. Of course, he complained about it the whole way, grumbling, "If the Emperor had not sent me on this mission with a deadline, I would not have suffered such a fright." But he had barely finished grumbling when suddenly another strong gust of wind swept through, blasting him with foul-smelling air. In that moment, Marshal Hong heard a loud hiss, and he saw a giant snake as thick as a bucket and dappled with snow-white spots slithering toward him from a bamboo grove. "I'm done for!" Marshal Hong cried as he dropped the incense burner and fell backward again next to a spiral-shaped rock. The giant serpent quickly slithered toward the rock and twisted itself into a coil. Golden sparks shot from its eyes as it opened its mouth and flickered its tongue. Marshal Hong could feel another gust of noxious fumes hitting him in the face, leaving him so terrified that it was as though his soul had left his body. And yet, just like with the tiger, the giant snake took a close look at this hapless human and then slithered down the mountainside and disappeared. Only then did Marshal Hong get to his feet. "Lucky me," he thought. "That snake nearly scared me to death." Feeling goosebumps all over his body from his close encounter, Marshal Hong now started to curse the abbot of the temple. "How rude of him to play such tricks on me and scare me like this. If I can't find a divine teacher, that abbot will be hearing from me when I get down." Nonetheless, the mission remained, and Marshal Hong picked up his incense burner, straightened up his clothes and his bundle with the edict inside, and prepared to resume his journey.
Wait a minute, because I've got these other nodes I can use.
Pine trees. Oh crap, what now?
Right?
Actually,
I can do this, and I can like multiply by like the average loudness and shit, just in general.
Closer. The marshal looked in the direction of the music and saw a Taoist novice, just a boy, riding backward on top of a yellow ox, playing a metal flute with a wide grin on his face. "Hey boy, where are you from? Do you recognize me? Boy!" Marshal Hong called out to the kid. But the boy ignored him and just kept playing his flute. The marshal called him a few more times before the kid burst out laughing and pointed at him with the flute. "Are you here to see the divine teacher?" the boy asked. Surprised, Marshal Hong said, "You are just a young cowherd. How do you know such things?" Smiling, the boy said, "I was attending the divine teacher in his hut earlier, and I heard him say the Renzong Emperor has sent a marshal home with an edict and incense to this mountain. He is summoning me to go perform a great prayer service to save the land from a pestilence. I will ride a crane and fly there. I figure he must have left already, the boy continued, so he's not here. Don't go any farther. There are lots of poisonous creatures and ferocious beasts in this mountain that can kill you. You better not be lying to me, Marshal Hong said. The boy chuckled and gave no reply. Instead, he just continued on his way while playing his flute, disappearing around a hillside. Marshal Hong now thought to himself, how could that kid know so much about such matters? Ah, the divine teacher must have told him to do so. That must be it. So now, Marshal Hong had a choice to make. Keep going up, or turn back like the boy suggested. With his close encounters with the tiger and the snake still fresh on his mind, the boy's words were all the reason Marshal Hong needed to turn back. So he retraced his steps and descended the mountain. The Taoists greeted him at the foot of the mountain and escorted him back to the abbey. Once he sat down, the abbot asked him whether he met the divine teacher. And that's when Marshal Hong tore him a new one. I am an important court official. How could you have me traverse mountain paths and endure such hardship? I almost got killed. I got midway up the mountain and a giant tiger jumped out, scaring me out of my boots. And then a giant snake stormed out of the bamboo groves, wound itself into a coil and blocked my path. I'm lucky to make it back alive. You Taoists are playing a trick on me. Sir, how would we dare to show any disrespect to a high official? The abbot said. That was the divine teacher testing you. This mountain does have snakes and tigers, but they have never harmed anyone. Marshal Hong now continued his story. I was struggling to go on, but was just about to press forward when a boy novice came out from behind some pine trees, riding a yellow ox and blowing on a flute. I asked him if he knew who I was, and he said he knew all about me and that the divine teacher said that he was leaving for the capital this morning on a crane. That's why I came back down. When the abbot heard this, he told the marshal, Sir, you missed your chance. That cowherd is the divine teacher. Huh? Come again? How can that rustic little boy be the divine teacher? An astonished Marshal Hong asked. This divine teacher is extremely unusual, the abbot explained. He may be young, but his command of the way is remarkable. He is extraordinary. He can appear in any guise he wishes, and people call him the master of the way. I saw him with my own eyes, and I did not recognize him. What a missed opportunity, Marshal Hong lamented. Sir, do not worry, the abbot consoled him. Since the divine teacher said he was going, then by the time you return to the capital, he would have finished the prayer service. Now that put Marshal Hong's mind at ease, and the abbot now ordered a meal prepared for him. They stored the imperial edict in a casket for royal documents for safekeeping in the Hall of Three Purities, and then they burned the imperial incense in the hall. Then they feasted deep into the night, vegetarian style, before Marshal Hong turned in. The next morning after breakfast, the abbot and other Taoists at the temple invited Marshal Hong to take a sightseeing tour of the premises, and maybe stop into the gift shop while he was at it. Now this was walking he was happy to do, and who can say no to a little fun excursion on a business trip? So the entourage set out, led by two novices. Marshal Hong and his people oohed and ahed as they toured the various impressive halls and walkways on the temple grounds. Later on the tour, the group moved to the rear of the walkway on the right side of the temple, and there Marshal Hong spotted a building with walls as red as peppers and vermilion-colored lattice works on its two front windows. The front double doors, though, were clamped shut by a lock as thick as a man's arm, and a dozen strips of paper had been pasted over the seam between the two doors. The papers were stamped with countless red seals. Below the front eaves hung a red plaque inscribed with characters of gold, which read, "The Hall of Suppressed Demons." "What is this place?" Marshal Hong asked. "A previous divine teacher locked demons in there," the abbot replied. "What's with all the paper on the doors?" "After that divine teacher locked the demons in there, every divine teacher since then has personally added a strip of paper to seal the doors, warning their disciples that they must not open the doors. It would be terrible if the demons escaped. The last 8 or 9 generations of divine teachers have sworn to keep the hall closed. The lock has been filled with melted bronze. Who knows what's going on inside? I have been in charge here for 30 years, and yet I only know what I've been told." Now, if I was a superstitious man living in 12th century China, and I came upon a locked building called the Hall of Suppressed Demons with a bunch of keep out and no trespassing signs, and I'm told that the building does exactly what its name says, my inclination would be to just leave well enough alone and move on. But Marshal Hong had other ideas. His curiosity had been piqued, and it demanded satisfaction. "Open the doors. I want to see what the demons look like," he told the abbot. "Sir, this hall must not be opened," the abbot said. "The previous divine teacher had decreed that no one may open it." "Nonsense," Marshal Hong said with a laugh. "You're just making up lies to trick the people. You are making claims about taming demons to make your sect's powers look good. I have read many books and have never seen anything about taming demons. Spirits only inhabit the nether regions. I don't believe there are any demons inside. Open it at once and let me see the demons."
The guy who does this
But the abbot
podcast
kept
hates
pleading,
me.
telling the marshal that if the doors were open, there were going to be consequences and people were going to get hurt. But by now, the marshal had grown weary of hearing no, and he started to throw his weight around. He pointed at the Taoists and said, "If you don't open the doors for me, then when I get back to court, I will tell His Majesty that you prevented me from delivering the imperial edict and refused to let me see the divine teacher. Then I will tell His Majesty that you have set up this building to perpetuate a lie about demons to deceive the people. I will have your religious orders cancelled and have all of you branded as criminals and exiled to some distant land." Well, this guy was a court official, and the abbot knew when to change his tune. So he summoned a few members of the temple who worked
That was
as
pretty cool though.
blacksmiths.
Sankofa
They
just
first
sent me
peeled
a
off the pieces of paper,
fucking
and then they broke the lock.
link
The doors were pushed
for
open.
the new album.
Entourage peered inside and saw
I sent him a little, like, you know,
nothing but
like I think
darkness.
like when you do like the live things like on
The group
Bandcamp,
stepped gingerly into the hall.
you know, it's kind of like
It was
YouTube
pitch
where you
black.
can just sort of like send like a
Couldn't
thing,
even
like
see
a
your
tip, and
hand.
I don't know, what was it, like $2,
The marshal
$5,
ordered
something like
his
that. I
men
was just
to
like,
set
hey,
dozens
good
of
job. I'm glad
torches.
because he's
When
working
those were
with
lit,
the
they
homie
saw
and the
that
homie's
hall
homies,
was
right?
empty,
And I
except
love
for
that.
a
Like I
stone
love
tablet
that. I
in the
was
center.
talking to
It stood about 6 feet high
Tolly about
and
that.
sat atop a stone statue of a
That I
turtle,
think it's really
which had
cool the
sunken
way that this
halfway into the
dude
damp earthen floor.
uh
On the front of the tablet
has very
were mystical
consistently
scripts and signs and symbols that
held
no one
the
could
door
understand.
open for all
Marshal
of the
Hong then
people
walked around to the other side.
in Tolly's
There,
orbit. Like
he saw
Tolly
4
went,
words on the
he
back of the tablet
has that
he could
connection,
read.
right?
They
That's
said,
his friendship and his
"Open when
connection.
Hong
And then,
comes."
but he's got these people
Well,
around
ain't
him
that a
that are
coincidence? Marshal Hong,
in
of
his
course,
sphere of
did not
influence,
believe
right?
in
That this guy
coincidences.
who
He was
has so
delighted and
much
said to the abbot,
like
"You all tried to
cachet
stop
and
me,
respect
but look how did my
in
name end up here
the
hundreds
hip
of
hop
years
community.
ago?
I was gonna be like, oh, the underground hip hop, but no, not really. Like, like for sure, but more so as well, right? And it's just very cool that he's seems really happy and willing to hold the door open for all these people. So I'm just really happy because they're really, because all of those knuckle draggers, they're all really talented people, and they're like really about it. Like they're really, they like making music type shit. So it's just good. But anyway, he sent me a download code because I gave him that little donation, which is just, it's just cool. Again, just another
go get the men I asked for.
Evidence of somebody just willing to just be
but to no
cool,
avail.
right?
So the abbot had
love
no
it.
choice
Love
but to go
it.
get some people together. They first laid the tablet down on its side, and then they started digging out the stone turtle statue. It took a lot of digging before they got the thing out, and then they started digging into the soil beneath it. After about 3 or 4 feet, they discovered a large stone slab some 10 square feet wide. Marshall Hong wanted that dug up as well, much to the chagrin of everyone who, actually had to do the digging. Their objections were noted and ignored, and so they lifted up the stone slab. Under the slab was a seemingly bottomless pit. As soon as the workmen removed the slab, a great ripping sound was heard, and a black cloud shot up out of the pit, accompanied by a sound that seemed to make the heaven and earth tremble. This cloud tore through a corner of the roof and whooshed into the sky, where it broke up into more than 100 golden rays that shimmered and then
I can do even more now. Because now that I'm getting a handle on fields and shit again, it's all opening up. That was actually maybe like the key insight for me today, was remembering the difference between fields and values.
Well, whatever it was that just happened.
Because this just, all I did, I turned this whole chain of nodes into
Really, dude? Maybe you should ask that
morphing
before you insisted
field.
we tear down the "Do Not Open" signs,
So,
knock over a tablet,
and
pick
it
up a
plugged
stone
right
drill,
in, took a
lift up
field,
a
right? I guess
slab
that's
of
what
rock that covered a bottomless
what the
pit.
diamond
To see
represents
what
is
demon
that
was
it can
that
take a
just
field.
escaped, tune in
So
to the next
I just
episode
put a
of the
field in there. So
Water
for
Margin
every
Also, on the next episode,
for
we'll see
every
why the
row,
boss named
it takes a
Superball
different
is not as cool as it may
field
sound.
depending on
So
what the
join us next
index
time.
of
Thanks for
this
listening.
field is. Oh man, so good, so good. I am. Yeah, we're about to unlock a bunch of shit together, people. I can get rid of this because I am not using that anymore. Thank you so much. I'm gonna shout this
Welcome
guy
to the
out.
Water
Not that
Margin
anybody
Podcast.
fucking
This
watches
is
this or
episode
anything,
3.
but Mia Marinko,
Before we get started,
I really
just want to
appreciate
remind
you
to visit the
having
podcast
made
website
this.
at outlawsofthemarsh.com,
You seem like a pretty talented
where
artist.
you'll find supplemental materials such as transcripts, maps,
and then you
and
also
a list of
developed
characters
this,
for each episode. Once again,
this,
that's outlawsofthemarsh.com.
really useful solution.
Also, be sure to subscribe to the
I do-
podcast on iTunes,
do appreciate
Apple
that.
Podcasts,
No summary.
Stitcher, or wherever you get your podcasts. And if you like the show,
Slovenia.
please do leave us a rating
Yeah,
to
just
help
good
others
job,
discover
bro.
it.
Just
Thanks.
good job. I really appreciate
Last
you
time,
making this
with the
tool
capital
available.
in the grips of a
Mia
devastating
Marinko.
plague, the Renzo
job.
Emperor has sent a Marshal Hong to go summon a divine Taoist priest to perform a
Oh,
prayer
let's rate
service.
it. I can
Marshal
rate
Hong
it, right?
stumbled
'Cause I own
around
it
a
now.
sacred mountain for a bit, had a couple close calls with the local wildlife, and totally did not recognize the priest he was sent to fetch when he came across the guy, or rather, the boy. Yet, somehow, the mission got accomplished, And to
How do
celebrate,
I leave
Marshal
a
Hong
comment?
decided to take a little tour of the Taoist temple at the foot of the mountain. He
How do
came
I
across a
rate it?
building called the Hall of Suppressed
Oh, here we go.
Demons, and was told that it was a hall where, well, demons had been suppressed and locked up for hundreds of years. Ignoring the many, many, many warning signs on the doors, not to mention the giant lock and the pleas of the temple's abbot, Marshal Hong insisted on breaking into the building and digging into the ground until something interesting happened. Well, he got his wish. Something did happen. They found a bottomless pit, and a black cloud promptly shot out from it, crashed through the roof, climbed into the sky, and then broke up into 100-some beams of light and disappeared. I'm guessing that's not good? Marshal Hong asked the abbot. Sir, the abbot explained, a previous divine teacher had left a written warning on this hall. It said a total of 108 demons, including 36 stars of heavenly spirits and 72 stars of earthly fiends, are locked inside the hall. Their names were inscribed on the stone tablet in a mystical script to hold them down. If they are released on earth, they will cause no end of trouble. And now you have let them out. What are we going to do? There is going to be trouble. Oh boy. Marshal Hong was now covered in cold sweat, realizing what he had just done, against the advice of everyone present. And his solution? Get the hell out of Dodge. He immediately packed his bags and set off for the capital with his entourage. Back at the temple,
I wonder if this guy's got an
once the
Instagram.
marshal left,
See
the
what he's
abbot
up to.
and the other Taoists repaired the hall and resurrected the stone tablet, patching up the barn after the horses had left. As for Marshal Hong, on his way back to the capital, he instructed his men that they were not to say a word to anyone about the whole unleashing beasts of hell upon the world thing.
This is
and his guys
apparently
were
a
like,
very common
"What demons? We
Slovenian
didn't
name.
see
I'm
anything."
really sorry, Mia.
And
I
they
wanted
traveled on with that understanding. A few days
Miha?
later, they arrived
I
at
feel
the
weird
capital,
saying Miha,
and
but
as
maybe
they
it
were
is
entering
Miha.
the city,
Miha,
they heard
Miha.
people talking about
But
how the
anyway,
divine teacher
I'm gonna see if
had
any of these
performed
people
7
could
days
possibly
and
be
7
you.
nights of prayer
That's a private
services
account.
at the Imperial Park,
It's got no
and handed out
posts.
many charms.
No
And
posts.
just like that, the sick had been cured and the plague had
Oh.
disappeared. The divine teacher had
Oh,
taken his leave
it's
and
thinking.
flown back to his mountain via crane
Ugh.
Uber, where his abbot probably
Ugh,
assured
why is
him
my-
that nothing
am I-
had gone
I'm
amiss
on
in his
Wi-Fi.
absence. And no, that's
What's
not a new
happening
rule for the
here?
Hall of Demons. Why do you ask?
No,
The
no
next
posts.
morning, Marshal Hong went to court
And
told the
there's
emperor
some, looks
the
like
divine
drone
teacher
shots.
departed for the capital on his crane,
Random human
and we
being.
returned by land
Yep,
and
that's
just
not you.
now arrived.
Anyway,
and
sorry,
we certainly
I
did
figured
not
I
release
would
any demons
try
that
to
had been
follow you
locked up
on
for
social
centuries,
media, but
just in case you were
Instagram's the
wondering.
only thing I use, so,
Having completed his mission, Marshal Hong
and I
was
don't like to look at like
handsomely
reels or
rewarded by the
anything. I just, it's
emperor
literally
and
just to
returned to
DM
his old
people
duties.
and post and look
Now,
at art.
you just know
That's it.
that something like releasing 108 demons into the world would come back to bite Marshal Hong in the rear, and you would be wrong. In fact, nothing seemed to have come of it as the days went by. Soon, the days turned into weeks, the weeks turned into months, and the months turned into years. And a few years later, the Renzong Emperor died. All his sons had died by that point too, so the throne passed to a younger male relative who reigned for a mere 4 years before kicking the bucket himself. The throne then passed to that guy's son, who reigned for 18 years before dying and leaving the throne to his son, who was known as the Zhezong Emperor. Zhezong came to the throne in the year 1085, so at this point, it had been 23 years since Marshal Hong had his little oopsie, and for all we know, Marshal Hong himself was probably already dead too. No demons had reared their ugly heads. In fact, there was peace.
I do a lot of
throughout the
multiplication.
empire, and
Something
all was
I don't
well.
know if that's like maybe like a
And that brings us
weakness.
to the
I
end
don't
of the
know.
novel. Thanks for listening. Okay, actually,
Like the
that
fact
just
that I'm
brings
just
us
like
to the end of
multiply,
the
multiply,
beginning.
multiply,
Yep, everything
right?
for the
Like
last
I feel like
episode
I'm
plus
doing
was just the
something
prologue
wrong.
to
Like
the
you should
real
never
story.
be doing that much
So, where do we
multiplication.
begin the
But
real
maybe,
story?
but then I look
How
at, but
about
then
in
I
the
look at
prefecture of
things
Taifeng?
like E equals
This was
MC
the
squared and shit
imperial
like that, and that's
capital, the
just
seat of
that's just
power, the
multiplication.
home of emperors,
M
ministers,
multiplied by C
generals, and
squared.
well-to-do
It's just
elites,
multiplication,
not to
right?
mention
And then you
about
see sometimes like these
700,000
big long
people.
rows of letters
And
like
out of
A
all
D
those,
squared
we are going to talk about a
fucking
single man,
parentheses
a total
3MB.
nobody. In
You
fact,
know,
not just
it's
a nobody, but
it's all
nobody
multiplication.
who was a real piece
So
of crap. His last name was Gao, and he was
maybe
the
I'm
second
on the
oldest
right
son in
track,
his family.
right?
Ever
Maybe
since
it's
childhood,
okay. Maybe it's
he had
okay
no
to use all
interest
this
in
multiplication,
anything
even though it
useful. He
looks
just liked to
and
play
feels
around
weird.
with spears and staffs, but not in a serious way that would make him a worthwhile fighter. No, what he was really good at was football. No, I don't mean American football, or soccer for that matter. In ancient China, they played a game called 蹴鞠. The game was first mentioned in relation to the Warring States period, which ran from 481 BC to 221 BC. So by the time of the Song dynasty, it had been played for something like 1500 years. But it was during the Song dynasty that the game became really popular and spread to every class of society. So as I was saying, this guy, Gao II, as he was called, was really good at this ancient game of football. In fact, he was so good at it that people stopped calling him Gao II and instead called him Gao Qiu. Now, this was an interesting play on words. The character Qiu means ball, and his family name Gao means high or superior. So Gao Qiu essentially means something like Super Ball. Aside from knowing how to ball and knowing which end of a weapon to hold, the Gao Qiu was also versed in singing, dancing, playing music, writing poetry, and prose. Now, you may be thinking, what's the problem with knowing how to ball, being a little bit of a bohemian, and having a nickname like Super Ball? Well, by the standards of the times, plenty. Gao Qiu wasn't some elite scholar pursuing the arts for personal refinement. He was just some riffraff dabbling in games and merrymaking instead of holding down an honest, steady job.
This is actually going to be better than animation notes in certain ways. It was actually, now I'm starting to remember a weakness in animation notes that I was trying to overcome.
Honor, propriety,
This
loyalty, or
frames
trustworthiness.
counter over here.
So what does a man like that do for a living? Well, Gao Qiu spent his days roaming the streets of the capital as a groupie and a helper.
Yeah, that's
For instance,
great.
he helped the son of Mr. Wang, the iron shop owner, blow through a ton of money at the theaters, gambling dens, and brothels. It got so bad that Mr. Wang went to the magistrate and lodged a complaint against Gao Qiu. The magistrate had no qualms about bringing down the hammer on this riffraff. Gao Qiu was sentenced to a beating, 40 strokes on his back to be exact. And then he was exiled from the capital. No one in the city was allowed to take him in. So Gao Qiu had no choice but to pack his bundle and leave. He went to the west side of the Huai River to Linhuai Prefecture. There, he offered his services to one Liu the eldest. This Mr. Liu ran a gambling establishment, and he loved surrounding himself with idlers and riffraff from all over since, well, I guess you can never have too many such men in a gambling house. So Gao Qiu ended up staying with Mr. Liu for 3 years. Toward the end of those 3 years, Gao Qiu's luck began to turn. The emperor had prayed to heaven for good weather for the harvest, and he got what he asked for. So, to show his gratitude for heaven's kindness, the emperor issued a general amnesty. So Gao Qiu's sentence was commuted, and he could go home again. His host, Mr. Liu, had a relative in the capital, a certain Mr. Dong, who ran a medicinal herb shop near the Bridge of Golden Girders. So Mr. Liu wrote a recommendation for Gao Qiu, asking Mr. Dong to take him in. So Gao Qiu packed his bundle and returned to the capital, whereupon he indeed visited Mr. Dong and presented the letter. Mr. Dong read the recommendation letter, took one look at Gao Qiu, and immediately recognized what kind of a man he was getting. Mr. Dong thought to himself, how can I take such a man into my home? If he were an honest man, then at least he could be a good role model for the kids. But he's a riffraff, an untrustworthy man. He was also an exiled criminal. If I let him stay here, he will corrupt the kids. But if I don't let him stay, then it won't look good with Mr. Liu. So Mr. Dong put on a happy face and told Gao Qiu that he was welcome to stay for a while. For the next 10 days or so, Mr. Dong treated Gao Qiu to wine and food. And then, an idea came to Mr. Dong. He gave Gao Qiu a set of clothes and a recommendation letter, and told him, my home is like the light of a firefly, too feeble to shine a spotlight on you. I would only be holding you back. So I am going to recommend you to Su Jr., the court scholar. You will have opportunities there.
Man.
What do you think? Wait. So I'm going from gambling den to pharmacy to the service of a court scholar? Needless to say, Gao Qiu was delighted. He thanked Mr. Dong and packed his bundle, and Mr. Dong sent a man to take him to see Scholar Su. The doorman at Scholar Su's residence informed his master, who came out, read the recommendation letter, took one look at Gao Qiu, and immediately recognized what kind of a man he was getting. How can I take such a man into my home? Scholar Su thought to himself. I might as well do Mr. Dong a favor and send this guy to be a retainer for Wang Jinqing, the young prince consort. He likes this sort of people. So Scholar Su wrote a reply to Mr. Dong and took Gao Qiu in for the night. The next day, he wrote a recommendation letter and sent an attendant to take Gao Qiu to the prince consort's residence. This prince consort Wang was married to a younger sister of the emperor, and he was a guy who knew how to have a good time, so he was delighted to add Gao Qiu to his entourage, keeping him on as a personal attendant. So everybody might have been playing hot potato with this riffraff, but the riffraff was rapidly climbing the social ladder, and now he was in the sphere of the royal household, coming and going with the prince consort as if he were a member of the family. As the old saying goes, distant family grow ever distant, while friends at hand grow closer still. Soon, it was the prince consort's birthday, and to celebrate, he was going to hold a feast with every delicacy from sea and land. And to this party, he invited Prince Duan, one of his wife's younger brothers. This Prince Duan was the 11th son of the previous emperor and a younger brother of the current emperor. He was in charge of the imperial carriage. He was an intelligent, handsome young man and a dilettante who was skilled in all forms of amusement, be it the lute, chess, calligraphy, painting, music, singing, dancing, or football. On the day of the feast, the prince consort laid out a banquet with the finest food and the most awesome entertainment. He put Prince Duan in the center chair, which was the seat of honor, and then they started drinking and eating. After blowing through a few cups of wine and a couple courses, Prince Duan got up to use the bathroom. On his way back, he stopped into the prince consort's library, and there he spotted on the desk a pair of lion paperweights carved from fine jade. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and the prince picked them up and could not bear to set them down. Beautiful, he said to himself. The prince consort had entered the room at that point and heard the prince. No stranger to the art of bootlicking, the prince consort immediately said, I also have a jade dragon brush rack made by the same artisan who made the paperweights, but I don't have it handy right now. Let me get it out tomorrow, and I will give them all to you as a gift. This gesture delighted Prince Duan immensely. Thank you for your kindness, he said. I suspect that the brush rack will be even better than the lion's. Well, you can judge for yourself when I send them to your palace tomorrow, the prince consort said. And the two of them then returned to the feast and got good and drunk before taking their leave of each other. The next day, the prince consort dug his dragon brush rack out of storage and put it and the two lion paperweights into a golden box and wrapped the box with a piece of yellow silk. He then wrote a letter and sent Gao Qiu to go deliver the present to the prince. When Gao Qiu arrived at the prince's palace, the doorman informed the steward, who came out and asked Gao Qiu where he was from. Gao Qiu bowed and said, "I work for the prince consort. I am here to present His Highness with some jade objects." "Oh, His Highness is playing football with some young eunuchs in the middle courtyard," the steward told him. "You can go see him yourself." "Please, show me the way," Gao Qiu requested. So the steward took him through the residence and to the courtyard. There, Gao Qiu saw the prince bawling with some eunuchs. The prince was wearing a soft silk hat with a purple robe with an embroidered dragon. The robe had been tucked up in front under his waist sash, and he wore boots with golden embroidered phoenixes. Of course, Gao Qiu did not dare to interrupt the prince's game, so he just stood behind some attendants and waited. Suddenly, one of the players sent the ball soaring through the air. The prince could not quite get to it, and the ball rolled to a stop in front of none other than Gao Qiu. With a momentary surge of boldness, Gao Qiu kicked the ball back to the prince with a move known as a Mandarin duck twist. Impressed and delighted, the prince asked Gao Qiu who he was. Gao Qiu quickly sank to his knees and said, "I am in attendance to Prince Consort Huang. My master ordered me to deliver these jade objects to your highness. Here is his letter." "Ah, my brother-in-law is always so considerate," the prince said with a smile. He took one look at the jade objects and told a servant to take them away. He had a new, more interesting plaything at the moment. "So, you know how to play football," he said to Gao Qiu. "What's your name?" "My name is Gao Qiu. I've picked up a move or two here and there." "Great, then join me for a game." "Who am I to have the audacity to play with your highness?" "Oh, why not?" the prince insisted. "This is the Clouds High League, known as the All-Round Circle. It's open to anyone. And by the way, the Clouds High League is a sort of a national football association. There are a lot more details about this game of football, and I'll do a supplemental episode soon to cover that topic, so that we don't have to veer too far from the narrative here to talk about this popular sport. Anyway, Gao Qiu tried to beg off time and again, but the prince insisted. So Gao Qiu kowtowed to beg forgiveness for his presumption, and then he took the field. He needed just a few kicks to earn a shout of approval from the prince, and that inspired Gao Qiu to show off all his skills to impress the prince. He was a natural on the football field, and the ball stuck to him as if it were glued to his feet. And in a game that emphasized one's ability to control the ball, that was very impressive indeed. The prince was delighted with his new toy, and there was no way he was going to give him back, so he kept Gao Qiu in his palace overnight. Then, the next day, Prince Duan invited Prince Consort Wang over for a banquet. Now, the Prince Consort was just wondering where the heck Gao Qiu had been all night. Upon receiving the invitation, he set out at once, and he was greeted in front of the palace by the prince himself, and the jovial prince offered effusive thanks for the jade objects. As the two sat drinking, Prince Duan said, "That Gao Qiu is really good at football. I would like to have him as a personal attendant. Is that okay with you?" "Oh, if your highness has a use for him, then of course keep him in your palace to serve you," the prince consort replied. And the prince was very pleased, and he offered a toast to express his gratitude. The two men then made small talk for a while longer before taking their leave of each other. And so, Gao Qiu had now gone from exile to gambling den to pharmacy to prince consort's residence to a prince's palace. And they say job hopping doesn't pay off. Oh, and by the way, somewhere along the way here, once his fortunes began to take a turn for the better, Gao Qiu changed his name. He replaced the original character Qiu, which means ball, with a different character that sounds the same but means to seek or to pursue. And remember that his family name Gao means high or superior, so instead of Super Ball, his name now meant something like Superior Pursuit, which was a whole lot more respectable sounding. Having obtained Gao Qiu, Prince Duan adored his company and kept him in the palace. From that day forth, Gao Qiu never ventured half a step away from his master's side. But he was not done going places yet. In fact, he was about to take a huge step up. Less than 2 months after Gao Qiu became an attendant to Prince Duan, the sitting emperor Zhezong died. Zhezong was only in his early 20s and he left no male heir. After some discussions, the court officials decided to elevate none other than Prince Duan to the throne, and so Prince Duan became the Huizong Emperor. And if you were paying attention during the introduction in episode 1, then you already know that it is in the reign of this Huizong Emperor that the bulk of the story is set. After Huizong took the throne, all seemed to be going well as the empire kept chugging along. And then one day, out of the blue, the emperor said to Gao Qiu, "I want to promote you, but you will have to render some military service on the borders of the empire first. I will have the Council of Military Affairs put you down as available for imperial appointment, as someone who shall accompany me." Things moved quickly after that. Within half a year, Gao Qiu was promoted again and again until he was elevated to the position of a marshal in command of the Imperial Guards. All this for a riffraff who had shown no skill other than being good at football and flattery. Remember what I said in episode 2 about these marshals not exactly being veterans of war? Well, Gao Qiu will be a rather egregious example of that. Thank God that in our modern age we no longer appoint wholly unqualified sycophants to important government posts just because the guy at the head of the government enjoys their company. Having received his appointment, Gao Qiu picked an auspicious date to assume office. On that day, he arrived at the Imperial Guard headquarters, and all the officers of the guard came to pay their respects to the new boss. Everybody showed their work badge and signed the roll to indicate that they were present. As he examined the roster, Gao Qiu noticed one officer missing, a drill instructor named Wang Jin. This Wang Jin had fallen ill a couple weeks earlier, and he was still recovering at home. But Gao Qiu was like, "Sick leave? What the hell is that?" "Nonsense," he said angrily when told that Wang Jin was out sick. "He sent in his badge, didn't he? How dare he snub me and pretend to be sick at home? This is insubordination. Go bring him here, at once." Now, this Wang Jin was still single, and he lived at home with no one except his mother, who was in her 60s. That day, one of his fellow officers showed up at his house and told him, "The newly appointed Marshal Gao took office today. When he did the roll call, you weren't there. The chief of staff explained that you were sick at home, but the marshal lost his patience and refused to believe it. He insisted that we bring you in, saying that you were pretending to be sick. You have to come with me. If you don't, it will be trouble for everyone. Even I would be punished." So Wang Jin had no choice but to stagger out of bed and go into the office. There, he kneeled and kowtowed 4 times, hailing Gao Qiu with respect, and then stood to one side. "So, you are the son of the former drill instructor Wang Sheng?" Gao Qiu asked. "Yes, I am." Gao Qiu flew into a rage. "You rogue! Your father was a snake oil peddler who waved a stick around. What fighting skills would you know? My predecessor was blind and made you a drill instructor. How dare you disrespect me and not show up for roll call, and instead stay at home pretending to be sick? I would never dare, Wang Jin said, with head bowed. I really was still recovering. You damn crook! If you're sick, then why are you here now? When you summoned me, I would never dare to knock show. Well, if you couldn't tell already, there was nothing Wang Jin could have said that would have appeased Gao Qiu. Gao Qiu now grew even angrier and barked for the guards to seize Wang Jin. Beat this bastard! Hard! All the officers were friends with Wang Jin, and they pleaded with Gao Qiu for leniency, telling him, "Today should be an auspicious day for you, so please just spare him this one time." Alright, I guess beating the staff on day one is a pretty lousy way to earn their allegiance. So Gao Qiu relented. Wang Jin escaped the beating, but he got an earful from his new boss, who told him, "You damn crook, I'm only sparing you for now on account of the other officers. I will deal with you tomorrow." Wang Jin thanked Gao Qiu for his leniency. As he rose to his feet, he looked up for the first time, and his heart sank the moment he saw Gao Qiu's face. Once he left the office, Wang Jin sighed and said, "It looks like my life is in danger. Turns out this Marshal Gao is that riffraff Gao II. When he was learning to joust with staffs, he took a blow from my father that left him bedridden for 3 or 4 months. He's been holding a grudge ever since. And now he's come up in the world and has risen to Marshal and Commander of the Imperial Guards, so he's looking for revenge. Who could have expected that I would be under his command? As the old saying goes, fear not officials, except those who officiate over you. How can I stand up against him? What will I do?" When he got home that night, Wang Jin was still depressed, and he told his mother what happened, and it left both of them in tears. "My son," his mother said, "the best plan is to leave, but where can we go?" "You're quite right, mother. That's what I've been thinking too. The border garrison of Yan'an Prefecture is overseen by old General Zhong. Many of his officers have visited the capital and admired my martial skills. Why don't we seek refuge there? That is a place where they need people, so we can make a life for ourselves there." And so it was settled. Wang Jin and his mother were going to flee. But there was just one slight problem. Headquarters had sent 2 orderlies to tend to Wang Jin, and they were stationed right outside the door. Wang Jin's mother worried that if they caught wind of the plan, the whole thing would go bust. But Wang Jin told her not to worry, and that he would take care of it.
Now I know why that won't work.
That evening, Wang Jin summoned one of the 2 orderlies, a Corporal Zhang. "Go get some dinner, and then I have an errand for you," Wang Jin told him. "Where are you sending me?" Corporal Zhang asked. "When I was sick a few days ago, I vowed that if I recovered, I would burn incense in the temple of the sacred mountain outside Sour Date Gate. I want to fulfill that vow first thing tomorrow. You will go over there tonight and inform the priest so that he knows to open the temple a little earlier for me tomorrow so that I may be the first worshipper. I want you to go buy the 3 sacrificial meats. You can spend the night in the temple and wait for me." And in case you were wondering, the 3 sacrificial meats that Wang Jin mentioned were ox, sheep, and pig. So Corporal Zhang did as he was told. After dinner, he went and placed the order and then headed to the temple. That night, Wang Jin and his mother gathered up some clothes, bedding, silks, and silver and packed them into containers to be carried on a shoulder pole. They also filled up 2 saddlebags with feed for the horse. Then, around 5 a.m., Wang Jin summoned the other orderly, a Corporal Li, and told him, "Take the silver to the temple, help Corporal Zhang cook the sacrificial meats, and wait for me there. I'll be along right after I go buy some sacrificial money and candles." As soon as Corporal Li headed off, Wang Jin prepped the horse, placed the saddlebags on it, and led it out through the back door. Then he helped his mother onto the horse and they set off, leaving behind the heavier household items. Wang Jin locked the front and back doors, placed the luggage on the carrying pole across his shoulder, and mother and son set out in the waning darkness of the early morn. They slipped out through the west gate of the capital and headed in the direction of Yan'an Prefecture. To see if they will make a successful escape, tune in to the next episode of the Water Margin podcast. Also on the next episode, we will see what happens when you drop into a 12th century Chinese Airbnb and beat up your host's son. So join us next time. Thanks for listening. Welcome to the Water Margin Podcast. This is episode 4. Last time, we covered the unlikely and undeserved rise of Gao Qiu from riffraff to the future emperor's pet to high official. He was appointed a marshal and placed in command of the imperial guards. He wasted no time abusing his newfound power to settle old scores against a drill instructor in the Imperial Guards named Wang Jin. That prompted Wang Jin and his mother to sneak out of the capital and flee toward the distant borderland prefecture of Yan'an, where they hoped to make a fresh start. But to make his getaway, Wang Jin first had to give the slip to the 2 orderlies that had been assigned to him as his attendants. To do that, he told them both that he was going to offer incense in the city first thing the next day, and that they were to go prepare the sacrificial meats and wait for him at the temple. So the next day, the 2 orderlies waited, and waited, and waited. But as noon approached, there was still no sign of Wang Jin. One of the orderlies, Corporal Li, decided to go to Wang Jin's
This is the
house to
episode
check
I
on
usually
him.
start on.
There, he found the doors locked. He asked all around, but no one had seen Wang Jin or his mother that day. By now, dusk was approaching, and the other orderly, Corporal Zhang, had also come back from the temple, and the 2 of them now searched all evening. Then they waited at the house all night, and they still did not see Wang Jin or his mother. So the next morning, they went and checked with some of his relatives, but none of them had seen him either. By now, the 2 corporals were getting a bad feeling
I'm getting a bad feeling about
and they
this.
figured they had better report this to their boss. So they went to see Gao Qiu and told him, "Instructor Wang has abandoned his home and fled. No one knows where he and his mother have gone." "So, that crook is trying to escape," Gao Qiu said furiously. "Well, let's see him try." Gao Qiu immediately dispatched messages to various prefectures, ordering them to apprehend Wang Jin for desertion. As for the 2 corporals, since they had reported the matter on their own, they managed to escape punishment. Let's leave Gao Qiu stewing in his anger and go catch up with Wang Jin and his mother. In the blink of an eye, they had already been on the road for more than a month. One day, as dusk approached, they were traveling on the road, with Wang Jin carrying their luggage and following behind his mother, who was riding on the horse. "Thanks to heaven's pity, we have escaped from danger," Wang Jin said. "Yan'an Prefecture is not far from here. Even if Marshal Gao sent men to catch me, they will not be able to do so now." With that happy thought on their minds, the 2 of them pressed on. But in their eagerness to get to their destination a little faster, they passed an inn without noticing, and soon darkness was descending, and they found themselves in the middle of nowhere, needing a place to spend the night. Then they noticed a glimmer of light in a grove of trees in the distance. That's it, Wang Jin said. We can go there, apologize for our intrusion, and ask for lodging for the night. We can resume our journey in the morning. So they headed into the grove, and there they saw a large manor surrounded by an earthen wall. Outside the wall stood 200 or 300 large willow trees. Wang Jin went to the front door and knocked, and knocked, and knocked. After much knocking, a workhand finally came out. Wang Jin set down his luggage and greeted him. "What do you want?" the workhand asked. "My mother and I were trying to cover too much ground. We missed an inn and found ourselves in the middle of nowhere. We hope you can put us up for the night, and we will leave tomorrow morning. We will pay whatever is customary for lodging. I hope you will help us out." "In that case, wait here while I go ask my master," the workhand said. "If he's okay with it, then it's no problem for you to rest here." So the workhand disappeared back inside the manor. A good while later, he came back out. "My master, the squire, has invited you two inside," he said. So Wang Jin helped his mother dismount. He then carried the luggage and grabbed hold of the horse's reins and followed the workhand inside to a courtyard for threshing wheat. There, he put down his luggage and tied the horse to a willow tree. They then went to a thatched hall to meet the squire. The squire looked to be over 60. His hair and beard had all turned white. He wore a hood and a straight-cut, loose-fitting gown tied at the waist with a black silk sash. On his feet, he donned a pair of tanned leather boots. Wang Jin bowed, but the squire quickly stopped him. "Sir, there's no need to bow. Please get up. You are travelers and must have endured hardships. Please have a seat." Once his guests were seated, the squire asked, "Where are you coming from? What brings you here?" "My last name is Zhang," Wang Jin answered, keeping his real identity a secret. "We used to live in the capital, but after losing all our money, we couldn't continue our business, so we're going to stay with relatives in Yan'an Prefecture. We tried to cover too much ground today and missed an inn, so we hope we can stay here for the night. We will leave in the morning, and we'll be sure to pay for the lodging." "Oh, no problem at all," the squire said. "Who among us travels with a house in tow? I don't suppose you and your mother have had dinner yet." So the squire now ordered his men to prepare a meal. Soon, a table was set up in the hall, and a workhand came in with a tray that held 4 vegetable dishes and a plate of beef. He set them down on the table and poured some wine. "We have little to offer except crude country fare. I hope you don't mind," the squire said. "Oh, we are putting you through too much trouble," Wang Jin said as he stood up to offer his thanks. "We have no way to repay your immense kindness." "Please, say no such thing," the squire insisted. "Let's drink." After a few cups of wine, the food was served and eaten. After the dishes had been cleared away, the squire showed them to their guest room. "May I trouble you to stable and feed the horse that my mother was riding?" Wang Jin asked. "We will pay for the feed, of course." "No problem at all," the squire said. "We also have horses and mules. I'll have my men lead your horse to our stable and feed it along with our own animals. Don't worry about the feed." Wang Jin thanked the squire and carried his luggage into the guest room. A workhand lit a lamp and brought hot water for the guests to wash their feet. The squire then went back to his own quarters. Wang Jin and his mother thanked the workhand, shut their doors, and went to sleep. The next morning, it was past dawn, but Wang Jin and his mother had not yet emerged from their room. As the squire passed by, he could hear someone groaning inside. "Sir, you have slept past dawn. It's time to get up," the squire said from outside. Wang Jin stepped out from the room, greeted the squire, and said, "Actually, I have been up for a while. My apologies for the many inconveniences we caused last night." "Who's groaning?" the squire asked. "To tell you the truth, My mother was exhausted from riding and started having chest pains last night. Well, in that case, don't worry yourself, the squire told him. Stay here for a few more days. I have a prescription for chest pains. I'll have a workman go to the county to get the medicine for your mother. Tell her to not worry and just rest. So Wang Jin and his mother stayed at the squire's manor. After 5 or 6 days, his mother had recovered, so Wang Jin was getting ready to hit the road again. As he walked to the stable to check on their horse, he noticed a young man hanging out in a clearing. This young man was stripped to the waist, revealing blue dragon tattoos all over his body. His face was as round as a silver platter. He looked to be about 18 or 19, and he was practicing with a staff. Wang Jin, being a drill instructor, couldn't help but stop and watch. After observing for a while, he said to himself, "The style is not bad, but it has weaknesses. It won't beat anyone who has real skills." The young man heard that, and he became enraged. "Who the hell are you? How dare you mock my skills?" he shouted angrily. "I have had 7 or 8 well-known teachers, and you think I can't beat you? Do you dare to have a go with me?" Before the youth had finished speaking, the old squire arrived and scolded him. "Don't be rude." "But this bastard is mocking my skills with the staff." The squire now asked Wang Jin, "Sir, do you know how to handle weapons?" "A little bit," Wang Jin said. "May I ask how this young man is related to you?" "Oh, he is my son." "In that case, if he is eager to learn, then how about I give him a few pointers?" "Oh, that would be great," the squire said as he told the young man to come pay his respects to his new teacher. But yeah, the young man wasn't having any of that. "Pa, don't listen to this rogue's nonsense. If he can beat my staff, then I'll have him as my teacher." "If the young master won't take it too seriously, then we can have a go, just for fun," Wang Jin offered. Well, the young man was definitely taking it too seriously. He was all amped up and ready to rumble. He whirled his staff over his head like a windmill and said, come on, come at me, if you have the nerve." But Wang Jin just smiled and did not make a move. The squire said, "Sir, if you are willing to teach my son, then why not have a go?" "I am afraid that I might hurt him, and that won't look good," Wang Jin explained. "Ah, no problem," the squire reassured him. "Even if you break his hand or leg, he would have brought it upon himself." "Then forgive me," Wang Jin said as he walked over to the weapons rack and picked out a staff. He stepped into the clearing and assumed a stance. The young man sized him up quickly and charged with staff in hand. Wang Jin turned and retreated, with his staff trailing behind. The young man kept charging. Suddenly, Wang Jin stopped, turned, and brought his staff down through the air. The young man saw it coming and lifted his staff to parry the blow, except there was no blow coming down through the air. Wang Jin's move was a bluff. He now swiftly pulled his staff back and thrusted it against the young man's chest. With just one poke, the young man's staff went flying, and he fell flat on his back. Wang Jin quickly tossed his own staff aside and helped the young man up while apologizing. The young man scrambled to his feet, pulled over a stool, asked Wang Jin to sit down, and then kowtowed to him. "I have studied with many teachers, and yet it was all worthless," he said. "Master, I have no choice but to ask for your instruction." Wang Jin replied, "My mother and I have imposed on you for days. We have no way to repay your kindness, so it's only right that I shall do my best." The squire was delighted and told his son to go get dressed, and then they all sat down in the rear hall. The squire ordered his workmen to slaughter a sheep and prepare wine, food, and fruits. He also invited Wang Jin's mother to join them. After all 4 of them sat down, the squire stood up and offered a toast. "Master," he said to Wang Jin, "your skills are so impressive. You must be a drill instructor. My son was blind to not recognize your abilities." One does not lie to an honest man, Wang Jin said with a smile. My last name is actually not Zhang. I am Wang Jin, a drill instructor for the Imperial Guards in the capital. I play with weapons all day long. But we recently got a new marshal, Gao. He took a beating from my father once, and now he is commanding the Imperial Guards. He held an old grudge against me. I was under his command, so I couldn't stand up to him. So my mother and I were fleeing to Yan'an Prefecture to find a living with old General Zhong. We did not expect to end up here and run into you and your son, and to receive such hospitality, not to mention treatment for my mother's ailment. We have really imposed on you too much. Since your son is willing to learn, then I will do my best to teach him. What he has learned in the past is just flash. The moves look good, but they are useless in a real fight. I will teach him from scratch. Hearing this, the squire told his son to bow again to his new teacher, which the young man promptly did. The squire then told Wang Jin, "Our clan has always resided here on the border of Huayin County. In front of us lies Huayin Mountain. This village is called the Shi family village, and it has about 300 to 400 households.
This isn't gonna be. This isn't the final form. I'm literally just
has never taken
learning
farming
this
and only
stuff
likes to play
again.
with weapons.
You guys are
His mother
watching me
lectured him time
take
and
little
again,
baby
but
steps
to no avail,
towards
and she got so
being
upset
back
that she
where I
died.
was
So I can only let him
doing
do
fucking
whatever he
pretty
wants,
dope
and have
shit.
spent a lot of money on teachers for him.
Alright, because
I
this is
also
pretty good.
hired
This
a
is
skilled
getting
tattoo
where I
artist to
wanted
decorate
it to
his
be,
arms and
right?
chest
Where I
with
can
9
now
dragons.
fucking...
Because of that, he is known throughout the county as 9 Dragons Shijin. It's great to have you here. Now you
Yeah,
can
but I
complete
can...
his
I
training.
wonder if I can...
I will,
No,
of
it's
course,
not gonna work,
reward
is
you
it?
handsomely. Sir, don't worry, Wang Jin said.
It's not
If
gonna
that
work,
is
is
your
it?
wish, then your servant will teach him
That's
well.
okay.
So, from that day forth, Wang Jin and his mother stayed at the manor. Each day, Shi Jin would ask Wang Jin to teach him how to use the 18 weapons. Now, these 18 weapons are considered the standard repertoire of Chinese martial arts. There are no exact English translations for some of these weapons, but they include things like lances, bows, bludgeons, truncheons, swords, hooks, hatchets, axes, and the like. And while Wang Jin and Shi Jin were busy practicing, the old squire went to the county seat to tend to his duties as a chief of the ward. The days flew by, and soon half a year had passed. Shi Jin had relearned the 18 weapons properly from the ground up, and had become quite skilled in all of them, thanks to Wang Jin's instruction. Seeing this, Wang Jin began thinking to himself, "This place is nice, but it's not getting me anywhere." So one day, he told Shi Jin that he was taking his leave and resuming the stalled journey to Yan'an Prefecture. Shi Jin, of course, would not hear of it. "Master, just stay here," he told Wang Jin. "I will take care of you and your mother for the rest of your life. Won't that be great?" "Brother," Wang Jin said, "thank you for your kindness. This is a very nice place, but I am afraid that if Marshal Gao's men come looking for me here, you will get pulled in as well, and then we would both be in trouble. I am determined to go to Yan'an Prefecture and serve in the garrison under old General Zhong. It's a post on the border, and they need men. I can make a fresh start there." Despite much pleading from Shi Jin and the old squire, Wang Jin's mind was made up. So they resigned themselves to preparing a feast for him and his mother.
I really
They also
feel like I
presented
used
him
to
with
be
a
able to
platter with 2
define
bowls of satin and 100 taels
what
of silver.
values
And just for your
were in a
reference, 1
node.
tael in the Song dynasty
If I went
was
to
the
this
rough
one,
equivalent of about 1.3 ounces. So 100 taels
I would be
of
able to go
silver
to
was
here.
more than 8 pounds. That was literally a nice chunk of change.
And I would
The
be
next
able
day, Wang
to
Jin packed his bags, prepped his horse,
say,
and
"No,
he and his
this
mother
has
bid
to
goodbye
be
to their hosts and set off
This
toward
has to
Yan'an.
be an
Shi Jin
integer.
had a workman
Whatever
carry
goes
his
in
master's
here, it
luggage
has to
while
be
he
an
personally
integer.
escorted Wang Jin for about 3 miles, unable
In,
to let his teacher go.
Programming, they call
Finally
it
came time
typing,
to part
right?
ways.
Like, you
Shi
have
Jin
to
whispered
define
with tears in
what
his eyes.
type of data is
Nonetheless,
going to
they
go
said
in
goodbye to
this
each other, and Wang Jin and his mother headed toward Yan'an and
So,
out of
I
the
don't-
narrative.
I don't know why
instead of
I can't
following
do
Wang
that
Jin
now.
on his journey, we're now
They're just
going to follow
evolving, you
Shi
know?
Jin.
We're evolving
After bidding
past
goodbye to his
typing.
teacher,
Nothing has to be
he
typed
returned to the
anymore.
manor and
That all
resumed
happens
working
in the
out
back
throughout the day.
end. Thanks,
Shi Jin
Python.
was
I
in the
love
prime of
Python.
his youth,
I
and
wish
he had
this.
no wife,
I wish
so
the
he would
back
get up
end
in the
of
middle
this
the
was
night
built
and
around
work on his
Python.
fighting
You
skills.
can do
During the
Python
day,
shit with
all
it,
he did
but
was
the
practice
way that
riding
they
and
have
archery
their
around the house.
API
Less than
built
6
is
months
so
later, though, Shi
insane.
Jin's father fell ill and became bedridden. Doctors from
You would
near
think
and
there would
far
be
were
more like
summoned,
helper
but no one
classes
could
and
do
stuff, and
anything
there's
for the
just
old
not.
squire.
Like, you have to
And soon
implement
he was
everything.
dead. Shi Jin
Like,
set about preparing a coffin
everything.
and
You have
hiring
to
Buddhist
implement
monks to hold
everything.
7
Like, where you're
services,
just like,
one
well,
every 7 days.
everyone is
He
gonna
also
need
hired some
this
Taoist
if they're
priests
gonna
to
do
chant prayers to
anything
ensure his
remotely
father's
complex
soul
with this
went straight to
API.
heaven,
So,
and they conducted more than 10
why
such services. Finally,
why
he
don't
picked an
you
auspicious
just-
day on which to bury
why
his
don't you
father.
just
All
include the helper
300-some
classes so that
households from
people
the
can
village
just
came
do it
out
in
to mourn
the
old squire
known best
who was
way
buried in
possible?
an
I won't be
ancestral
using your
cemetery
API
on
in
a
a
hillside west
unknown
of
or
the
like
village.
undefined manner,
Now that
right?
his
Like,
father was
you're
gone,
giving me
the
these
affairs of
these
the manor fell to Shi Jin.
classes to use
Except, remember that he
that
had no
will
interest in
create
farming, and that did not change with his father's
properly
passing.
formed data
From that point
structures
on, there was no one
that
to look after
won't
the household affairs
destroy
or the land.
the
Shi Jin
like the
just spent
software
his
that I'm
days
running it
looking
on,
for
right?
sparring
So
partners.
I just think
In
it's
this
just
way,
very
3 or 4
strange
months passed,
when
and
I
it was
ended
now
up having
the
to
middle of June,
write
was
a script
unbearable.
for
One
Blender.
day, Shi Jin was bored
I did
with
end
nothing
up just
to do,
using
so he
fucking
sat on a
AI.
folding
I was just
chair
like, help
under
me
a
do
willow
this
tree by the
because it was
threshing
so
grounds in
to
his
me
manor,
it was so
seeking relief from the heat.
like
From across the way, a breeze
I wasn't like
blew
it
through
didn't
the trees,
seem
prompting
the
him to
kind of
cry
thing
out,
where it's like, well, I
"Nice
gotta
breeze."
spend a month
Just then,
sort of just like
he
getting
spotted someone
familiar
looking around.
with all
What's
of
this?
the
Who is
inner
that looking
workings
around my
of this
house?
particular
Shi Jin
API just to
shouted
do
as he jumped
something,
up and
you know, to
followed the man
script
behind the
something
tree.
pretty
It turned
simple,
out to be
right?
somebody he
Like,
knew, a
this
rabbit
was
hunter named Li Ji.
creating
Why are you sneaking around my
a
manor? Shi Jin demanded. Are you spying on me?
a text object
Li Ji
in
came
Blender
forward and greeted Shi Jin
from
respectfully
a
and said,
text file, but
"Sir,
taking
I
that
was
text
just
file
looking for
and
the
each
servant
line on
Shorty
that text
Chu to
file
go have a bowl of
creating
wine. I
a
saw you
text
sitting there,
object
so I did not dare to intrude."
from that
Shi Jin now
line,
asked,
right? So
"I do
each
have a
line
question
its own
for
text
you.
object.
You
It
used to
seems
sell
really
this game
straightforward.
quite
Like the
often, and I
concept
have
seems
never
really
underpaid you.
straightforward.
So why
It's
have you stopped? Do you
completely
think I have no money?
automatable, data driven.
dare.
Like it has
She
like a
said,
defined
"It's just that I
input,
haven't
a
caught
defined
the game.
output.
You
It's a
haven't
very it just seems so
Nonsense. Huayin
straightforward.
Mountain is
And
huge.
so
How can there not
the
be any
script
rabbit
that I
or deer
ended
to
up
hunt?
that the AI
Sir,
ended
you
up
don't
helping me
understand,
write
Li Ji explained.
was
Recently, a group of bandits have occupied
it was
the
very
mountain and set up a
complicated.
fort
I mean,
there.
it works.
They
Like it
assembled
works
some
well.
700 men
Like it,
and more than
like
100
it does
good
exactly what
horses.
it's supposed
Their
to
leader
do
is called
in a way. Like it's
nicknamed the
simple,
resourceful
right? Like when I
strategist.
read
The
it,
second
I
in
understand
command
what's
is
going
called
on.
Chen Da, the stream-leaping tiger.
But it
Third
also
chieftain
like
is named
it's
Yang
one of
Chun,
those things that
the
like
white
jumps
flower
back and
serpent.
forth a lot
They have been
because
robbing and pillaging,
again,
the authorities in Huayin County
the
can do nothing to stop
interface
them
between like
except
the
put out a
developer
bounty
and
of
the
1,000 strings of
logic
coins.
behind
But
how
who
the
would
shit
dare to go
runs
after
on
them?
the metal
That's why I haven't
is
dared to go
not
to the mountain to hunt.
abstracted at all.
So
It's
where would I
like
find
you're
game
just
to
like
sell? Hearing this, Shi Jin replied,
it was just so
have
just
heard that
looking
there
at
were
having
bandits,
to do
but I
it
didn't know they
bored
had
me
become such a big deal.
because it was such a
They will
simple
no doubt
thing that
make
was going to
trouble for me.
take
Okay,
you know
if you do find
weeks
game
of
to
my
bring
would
some to
like
me.
to just be familiar
After
with that
Li Ji took his
API.
leave, Shi Jin returned to the manor and thought to himself, those bandits have gotten so bold, they will likely attack our village at some point.
Let's see.
So he ordered his men to slaughter and cook 2 water buffaloes and bring out some good homemade wine. He then burned paper replicas of gold and silver ingots as an offering to heaven and prayed for good luck.
I don't get it.
Next, he sent his workmen to go invite all the households in the village to his manor. They assembled in his thatched cover hall and sat down according to age. As the workmen served everyone wine, Shi Jin said, "I have heard that there are 3 bandit chiefs on Huayin Mountain. They have assembled some 700 men and are robbing and pillaging. Since they are getting big, they will bring trouble to our village sooner or later. So I have invited you all here to discuss it. When those bandits come here, you all get ready. My manor will sound the alarm and you all grab weapons and come help us. And if any of you have trouble, we will do the same for you and help each other defend the village. If the bandits come, I will take care of it." To this, everyone said, "We are just farmers. Young master, you make the decisions. When you sound the alarm, who would dare to not answer?" They then proceeded to feast on buffalo burgers and Shi family microbrews before dispersing back to their homes to prepare weapons and such. From that day forth, Shi Jin reinforced the gates and walls of his manor and put everything in order. He issued suits of armor and had the weapons and horses all prepped to deal with a bandit raid. So now, let's skip on over to Huayin Mountain, where we find the 3 aforementioned bandit chiefs sitting in their fort talking about stuff. Their leader, Zhu Wu, the resourceful strategist, was no fighter, but what he lacked in brawn, he made up for with brain. One day, he said to the other 2 chieftains, Chen Da and Yang Chun, "I have heard that Huayin County is offering 3,000 strings of coins for our capture. I worry that when the authorities come and we must fight them, we would not have enough provisions. Why don't we go pillage some food and store it here at the fort so that we can hold out in case government troops come calling?" "Quite right," said Chen Da, the stream-leaping tiger. "Let's go demand grain from Huayin County and see what they'll do about it." But Yang Chun, the white flower serpent, disagreed. "Let's not go to Huayin County. Let's go to Pucheng County instead. That is a sure thing." "But Pucheng County has few people and even less money and grain," Chen Da said. "We should go raid Huayin County. The people there are
I don't know why I
prosperous,
can't
and
sort.
they have lots of money and grain." "But brother, you haven't heard," Yang Chun countered. "If we go to raid Huayin County, we would have to pass by Shi family village. That 9 dragons Shi Jin is dangerous and should be left alone. He would never let us pass." But Chen Da just scoffed. "Brother, you are so timid. If we can't even pass through a village, how can we resist government troops?" "Brother, don't underestimate him," Yang Chun cautioned. "He is very skilled." Zhu Wu now chimed in and said, "I too have heard that Shi Jin is a real hero and has real skills. Brother, do not go." But all this talk just riled up Chen Da even more. "Shut your damn mouth," he cried. "Stop talking up others and putting ourselves down. He's just a man, too. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? I don't believe you." Chen Da then shouted to his men, "Prepare my horse. We will go attack Shi family village first, and then take Huayin County." Zhu Wu and Yang Chun tried time and again to talk their comrade out of his hot-headed plan, but Chen Da refused to listen. He donned his armor and mounted his horse. Then he called up about 150 men, and they beat their gongs and drums
I think
as
that
they
just
set
doesn't
off
make
for Shi
sense
family village.
for the way
To
curves
see
are
how these
designed.
bandits will fare against Shi Jin, tune in to the next episode of the Water Margin podcast.
Is there a
Also,
mesh to
on the next
curve?
episode,
There is.
we will
Okay.
witness the fallout of
This
the ancient
might-
Chinese equivalent of an email hack and appreciate the importance of good information security. So join us next time. Thanks for listening.
No, this is gonna look insane. This is gonna look like insanity.
Welcome to the Water Margin Podcast. This is a supplemental episode. In episode 3, we met Gao Qiu, a riffraff who rose to commander of the Imperial Guards thanks to catching the Emperor's favor with his impressive skills and ancient Chinese football game called Cujü. That particular plot point gives me an opportunity to delve a little bit more into a game that, over its history, was played by everyone from emperors to riffraffs and prostitutes, and rhapsodized about and frowned upon by some of China's greatest poets. Before we continue, I want to put out there the disclaimer that I am by no means a historian or expert. The information I present here is what I have been able to find over the course of my research for this episode. I know that some of you out there are actual historians, so if something I mention here doesn't sound right, please feel free to write and let me know. I am happy to correct the record. So anyway, the name Cujü is made up of two characters. The first character, Cu, means to kick, while the second character, Ju, means ball, so the sport is literally called kickball. There are several theories on the origins of the game. Some speculate that it began in the Paleolithic age, when people threw stone balls for hunting, practice, and entertainment. Another theory says the sport came from the time of the Yellow Emperor, a mythical sage king from the 3rd millennium BC, as something his soldiers did to celebrate victory in battle. But I think that theory should be accompanied by the disclaimer that the Yellow Emperor pretty much gets credited with inventing Chinese civilization and basically everything in it. And then, another theory says the sport began in the Shang dynasty, which reigned from 2070 to 1600 BC, as part of a ring dance. The fourth theory, and the one that seems to have the most solid evidence, is that it started in the Warring States period.
I fucking figured it out, guys. I did what I was looking to do.
As I touched on in episode 3,
it's so crazy sometimes. Just as long as there's enough abstract tools to use, you usually get from point A to point B.
Now, we don't know who wrote this text
it does suck when you come upon something where it's like, oh, what I want to do is literally impossible. But this turned out to be something that just needed like a lateral thinking solution, right? So let's... for my own sanity, I'm gonna sort of like examine what I did here, like the logic that I followed to get to this solution, right? Because the original...
It said that
I'm sorry, John, I'm gonna pause you for a minute. So it's a toroidal spectrograph where the intensity of a particular part of the spectrum relates to these bumps along the thing. But I didn't like, because just sound, the nature of sound, it's kind of all gonna be sort of like clustered in one part of the spectrum, and kind of like you'll have like a sharp uptake and then sort of like it sort of falls off. And so like all of those spectral regions are important to the sound and therefore also important to the they all contribute something to the visualization effect. And so but when they're all clustered like that, it's not very visually interesting. Like it's like, oh well, like this one part of this chorus goes up and down while the rest of it is pretty quiet by comparison, right? And so there's got to be a way to there's got to be a way, right, to like make it kind of like more like the rest of the whole shape is being used. And so the solution that I kind of came upon was, well, you just sort of instead of having them in order, right, which is like if you just use the index field or whatever, it's just like you just get it in order. So this bin in this hertz range, this bin in this hertz range, and then they just all go around, and so you just get this very ordered set, and you get that just one part of the object is highly active. And so I'm like, well, just randomize it, right? Just put everything's still contributing to the visual interest, but it's not all clustered around just one area. But the other thing, right, that was very important is not just to have a line with no geometry around it or whatever, right? And so I wasn't sure, because apparently the intuitive solution, right, because Blender has these modifiers, like geometry modifiers you can add, would be to like, okay, well, if I just have like a circle of edges, right, there's edges and vertices, there's no faces or any kind of real geometry there. You can create geometry. There's a modifier for that. It's the skin modifier, but you can't actually use the skin modifier. Well, okay, there's other things you can do to sort of like get you to where you need to be. It's not going to give you the exact same results as the skin modifier, but depending on what you actually need it for, it may get you where you need to go. And so I used I was like, okay, so the way you would do it is have, instead of having just a mesh, right, just edges and vertices with no faces or real geometry, you would have to have a curve instead, something that's defined as a curve, because then you can get what they call it, but it's like when you sort of like sweep something like an object around a curve. So you have a circle, you sweep it around the edge that defines another circle, and you end up with a torus, right? And so I'm like, okay, we could do that, right? And then I'll just plug in, instead of having a mesh circle, I'll have a curve circle. I put the curve circle in there, and apparently because of the way a curve works, it is just the way it is, they wouldn't make sense otherwise. I realized they're in order, like all of the points are in order. You can't randomize the points, like the order, like the index. You can't randomize the index of the points, and I was relying on randomizing the index in order to get the randomization to push these things. There's like other things going on, like visually, that I was trying to achieve, right? That I needed it to be a curve, specifically a Bezier curve, smoothed, and then be turned into a mesh by sweeping this object around it. And so what I ended up doing was generating the mesh circle, doing my randomized sorting, doing the set position on them, and then converting that mesh, right, with the so we've got a mesh circle, right? Then we sort the indexes of all the elements, right, randomly, and then we use a field, right, which is just going to go down the list, but now they're all randomly ordered, so it's not going to just be clustered in one area. They're going to apply to these other different points along this mesh circle. And we're going to be moving those based off of the spectrogram stuff, right? And then once we have this mesh circle where we've transformed all the individual points on it, then we turn it into a curve. So each frame, the mesh is being converted to a curve. And then I can set it to, so here's the thing, it's being converted to a curve, right? So that I can do these operations on it. I can use the Bezier and the handle type so that it gets smooth. And then converting that curve back into a mesh using that technique of sweeping the object around the curve, right? It's the curve to mesh, and it's the profile curve. I have this a circle, but it's not even a circle, it's a diamond. It's only got 4 points, so you can see that in the profile. So I'm pretty proud of this solution I created. You know, especially because I haven't been doing this for a really long time, and I really felt hopeless. I would open up Blender and try to do things, get stuck, feel embarrassed and hopeless. And so I'm just glad that for whatever reason today, working on it, I've sort of like been able to do something like, you know, I mean, this is pretty simple. Like people like are going to look at this and be like, well, or it may just be a bad solution. Like somebody may look at this and just be like, well, why did you do it that way when you could have done it this way or whatever? The answer is, well, because I didn't know there was a different way to do it. I came up with this on my own and without any, I mean, obviously with the help of like people making videos and tutorials and software my man Miha, that's right, my boy Miha be helping me out with that a spectrogram geometry node. That was key because otherwise I would have had to use the F curves, which is trash. That was a trash solution. This is way better, 100% worth $10. So I'm pretty happy about that. What's it called again? Sound nodes. So there's a free version, right? Like you can do like the free version or whatever, but this is definitely like, I don't know, you're gonna want the stuff that the paid version does, like being able to like get all your spectrograph stuff in bins like already and shit like that. So because I think the free one just does like loudness and stuff. Like you get a chromograph node on this one, which is I'm excited to play with that, to be able to have things react to certain keys as opposed to just loudness on particular frequencies, right? So I don't know. Seems cool. I'm really happy I came up with a solution. I know already that it's going to be versatile enough to sort of continue moving forward with it. You know, there's this other thing like, oh, maybe I want it, you know, obviously I want it to sort of move forward, like move up and down more, but that's just a function of this multiply value here.
It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit. Build a core they can't break in. Watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up. Sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut. Owned by Dr. Vogue, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Oh, that's funny. I like that.
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger
That is unexpected. That is unexpected of what? That's this. That's this.
I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due to the fact his name's Dwight. You should be neutered if you ever have to say I have to ask the white. Words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose. Look closely, you can see the fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks. Look at my mask, it's golden. Don't ask, who am I? No emotion. Dr. Vogue, Tolly Rod, the gods.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being a broken can. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the sandy heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield. Legs and arms, swords and bombs, it never stops. On and on, back in 94, I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power and the only route to glory is a true story. Written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people, suicide on the way to freedom. Flow got
Oh, interesting.
autistic, my mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic, retarded, and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class, waiting for the bell to ring, but even it won't save your ass. Save your ass, save your ass, save your ass.
Tolly Rod again, bragging about a middle class, same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back. Had a whittle past the system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints or relation. It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit. Build a core they can't break in. Watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up. Sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut. Owned by Dr. Vogue, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times.
But-
Done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due
What's up
to the
with
fact
that?
his name's Dwight. You should be neutered if you ever have to say I have to ask the white. Words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose. Look closely, you can see the fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks. Look at my mask, it's golden. Don't ask, who am I? No emotion. Dr. Vogue, Tolly Rod, the gods.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being a broken can. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the sandy heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battle. swords and bombs, it never stops. On and on, back in 94, I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power, and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people suiciding the way to freedom. Flow got down syndrome, lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic. Retarded and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class, waiting for the bell to ring, but even it won't save your ass. Save your ass, save your ass, save your ass, save your ass.
Hello, Sofa King. Yeah, the circle can rotate, all that stuff. Everything is, this is all in my control.
It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit. Build a core they can't break in. Watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up. Sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut. Owned by Dr. Voke, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times. I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that
Appreciate it.
is being sold for the price
For sure, dog. I appreciate you stopping by, bro. Sorry I didn't see that earlier. I'm just fucking, I'm getting back into the whole thing. This is all, but it's just gonna be me. It's just gonna be me. I'm not doing commissions. I definitely will do collaborations, right? But I'm not, this is all just gonna be things that I am interested in making. It's not gonna be commission work. I just want to work on. I want to make the things I want to make, because I don't know. Even if nobody ever looks at it or cares or thinks it's good or whatever, I think it's good. I was having a conversation yesterday about that. Like, my feeling about it is I just, like, if it's not coming from inside of me, like, I don't have any need or desire to do it. I don't. And there are things that I've done that, to me, I still go back and I look at them and I'm like, I love this. I'm so glad I did this. But nobody else cares or thinks it's great or whatever, right? Like, it's the mass, right? The other people, right, don't share my opinion on my own work all the time, and that made me feel a certain way, right? It didn't make me feel like, oh my god, like it wasn't in like a self-pitying way. It was just like, okay, well, let's just like move forward in the direction of like trying to do things that other people want to see, right? And that was not rewarding at all. It made me quit art and craft 100%. And so now I'm back to the concept of just doing what comes from me, not worrying about what other people like or want to see. Because again, I do stuff that I like. I'm glad that I did it, that other people do not recognize in the same way. So I don't know. So I feel more mentally and intellectually free now. This is why I was even able to make this amount of progress this afternoon. Was just because I'm freed from the feeling that I need to make something that other people are gonna enjoy. Nope, I'm making the shit because I enjoy it. I enjoy making it. If you don't like it, if you don't want to look at it, fuck. There's so many other things out there. Enjoy yourself.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never necessarily hard. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield, legs and arms, swords and bombs.
It's got to come from you, dog. It's got to just come from you and for you, right? That's the thing, is that it's not supposed to be frustrating. Like, that's what I'm realizing, is that the things that I'm making, they need to be because I enjoy making them, right? Not even because I think they're gonna be good even, right? It's just because this is something that's an expression of my individual humanity, right? And so it doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter. With that in mind, right, then it shouldn't matter whether other people care about what you've done, right? And that's where I went wrong, because I did believe that was the goal, right? Like, I was like, I gotta make money, I gotta, get attention, and like, this and that. And there is a way to do that. There's a path forward to doing that, but it's not something that I enjoy. I stopped doing art. So I would the only way that I'm gonna do art and craft, right? Because this is not just art, this is craft as well. Is that I just do it because I just enjoy doing it, because making it about pleasing other people makes it very difficult for me. Again, I go back and I look at some things that I did like 10 years ago that nobody ever saw, never looked at, didn't ever give a shit, whatever, right? And I look at it and I'm like, man, that is so cool. I did that. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed doing it, and I enjoyed looking at it.
Look at my mask is golden. Don't ask who am I, no emotion. Dr. Vogue, Tolly Rod, the gods.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never necessarily hard. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on.
Unless you're doing it as a job, the only person who should matter, who enjoys both the art itself and the process of making it, should be you. It shouldn't be thinking about what other people may like or think is interesting to look at or experience, right? Like, again, unless you're doing it as a job. If you're specifically doing it as a job and you're comfortable with that, because at that point you're a slave to another person. They own your talent. They get to tell you what to do with it, and you may end up in situations where people give you a certain amount of personal latitude due to your artistic skill, right? But that's usually inversely proportional to the amount of money that they're willing to pay you, right? So if somebody is paying you $10, but they're like, okay, you can do whatever you want, right? Like, I'm just letting you go wild, and you just get me something in these, like, size specifications, right, when you're done. But I'm only going to pay you $10 because I don't get to tell you, like, I don't get to make you do the thing that's in my head that came from me, but I don't have the skill to do it, and so I'm coming to a different other person to get that done for me. But because you are the one deciding what to do creatively, then I'm only going to pay you, $10, right? But then if somebody's going to pay you $500, then they get to tell you everything. They get to tell you, oh, I don't like that pixel right there, right? You got to change that pixel. There's really, I mean, are you just going to throw away $500 over a pixel, right? So but it's so aggravating. I don't even like most people, like especially like random people. I don't want to negotiate with them. Right? It's look, I have so much music that nobody's ever gonna listen to, dog. Videos, things that I made. I mean, it's one of those things where like, your 10 homies will go and just fucking, give it a listen or whatever. But
for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints or relation. It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics form.
Yeah, my feeling about paid work at this point, right, is I kind of have like the Picasso mindset where it was like, if you've ever heard that anecdote where like Picasso draws she encounters Picasso at a bar in Spain, and she's like, oh my god, it's Picasso. He drew a little like a stick figure or something on a napkin, right? It wasn't like anything crazy, or it wasn't like a stick figure. It was like a little, like a line portrait. Like it was anyway, I'm sure you've heard this anecdote before. And the lady was like, well, and he was like, well, I'm not giving this to you. Like, if you have like whatever, like $1,000 or whatever, you can have it. She's like, but it's just, you just drew it on a napkin. And he was like, well, yeah, but you're not paying for just the drawing. Like, you're paying for like the mind and all of the education and everything that happened before it to make what I just did, in 10 seconds possible. So I don't know. I'm kind of on that vibe, right? Where it's like, look, like, and you're just going to have to take whatever I give you. And if you don't like it, I don't want notes. I do not want notes. I'm an old person. I'm a mature artist at this point. I think most people who have been doing what they've been doing for a long time eventually get to the point where they're just like, well, you just look, you tell me like these specific specifications, and if I say, yep, I can do that, right, then I give you that, no notes. You take it or leave it, right? But you pay me because I did it, but you use it, don't use it, whatever. I'm not, yeah, no, there's none of that happening anymore. Yeah, I don't know if it's apocryphal or not. It might be a true story, who knows? It's just one of those parables or allegories, right, that people well to illustrate philosophical, moral, and ethical concepts. Yeah, I like this. I like all of this, what's happening right here. And it's just now I want to figure out the next step of the whole equation is taking something like this, right? And being like, I'm just going to save this because look at all this work I put into this. That was the other thing when I was using geometry nodes or before, was I would come up with these long systems and I'd be like, well, this is cool, I'm going to save it or whatever. And I only just barely started getting into turning like geometry nodes into like, because you can like set up like fields and shit that you like show up over here. So basically you can turn this into a modifier, right? Where you can like give it little sliders and buttons and stuff over here. Very cool and interesting. But I was never very good about like how do you reuse those in other projects, right? So I could make this, I could go through all the trouble. I could probably figure it out in like the next half hour, turning this thing into a modifier with attributes and stuff. But then I would have to somehow remember that it's saved in this project and then go through the import process, the append process. So you have to do append, go find a file, and you can go in and decide what you're going to append. So you can pick just the geometry node thing that you set up and append it to your file, but you have to somehow know that it's there. There's got to be a better way to where I can just sort of like set up like a directory or something where I just drop these node things that I've created, and then I can just access them in any project that I'm working on. That's like the next step, because I keep making these different things that do these different cool effects, and then I only use them the one time, because if I want to use them, I kind of gotta like, I mean, I'm probably just gonna recreate them, right? I'm just gonna like, instead of reusing it, like figuring all that shit out, I'm just like, well, I'm good at geometry nodes now, so I guess I'm just gonna recreate this effect. And it's a form of practice as well, but I think I'm gonna quickly move beyond that. It's not, I don't think it's that easy. I don't think you can just export, like, so there maybe there is, I don't know, let's look. Can I export? There's export. No, I don't see anything out there. External data, cleanup. Because what I would want to do, right, is take this geometry node data, this thing, right? This thing, this is geometry node 001. That's this whole thing, right? And then save it somewhere to where when I do a new project, I can go up here, right? And I can find it, like it's here already, as opposed to having to go file, append, find the file, and then append the specific part of what I'm looking for. And that's really crazy. Append used to give you a list, like you used to be able to literally like browse through the object. So this whole file, I could then open it, like it would open up and all of the data objects would be like, there would be like, you know, classes and then data objects beneath them. And all of this is just, it's not enough options. Like it was actually better to just browse through. What the fuck? That is so crazy. Yeah, you used to be able to just browse through an object like this and just find the specific piece of data that you're looking for. Like I can illustrate a little bit. The data, all of everything in a Blender file is like a piece of data, right? Like it's just like everything in it, everything that exists in it. So I have meshes, right? I've got my circle and my cube, right? Yep, totally. Yep, on board. And I can get to all of their little bits of data. So, like, there's a circle, and a circle has all of these properties, right? And those properties have properties and shit like that. And you can like browse through all of this stuff. And it was kind of like that with the append feature, but I don't. If there's a way to do that, I don't see how you do that anymore. Yeah, I don't see how you do that anymore. That's really bizarre. You used to be able to just pick pick what data object you wanted to import. I'm not sure. Yeah. Oh, I wonder if the append feature that I'm thinking about is deprecated based off of the existence and official support for the asset browser. Yeah, let's see. How do I get to the asset browser? I think I can probably change this to the asset browser. What? There we go. Asset browser's in here somewhere. There we go. And I know right. So what you're saying about saving them in the folder so that they show up in the asset browser, I do actually know about that. I used that a little bit when I was making the videos. So like I had like low poly assets and stuff that I had paid for. And I put them in, like, I did that whole process of putting them in like the assets folder, so I could just pull them up as assets. I had forgotten about the asset browser, so it's very good. Wow. Look at all this stuff. Yeah. I also kind of like got distracted with my 3D printer because I started trying to get into sculpting in Blender, which is to have a 3D printer and to not be doing 3D sculpting is retarded. So I'm fully like I'm fully interested in getting back into that, but I don't want to get distracted, right? Bro, let's see here. You're not going to be able to see it very well, but I 3D modeled this. Let's see if it comes up. Where's my thing? It's a vagina monster, right? And it's like the size of like a D&D token, right? Like if you had a little character. Hold on, I'll just for this fine minute, I'm gonna turn off the keying and then just show you, right? Like the vagina monster, right? I sculpted that in Blender and then 3D printed it, and I never did anything else, right? I was like, this is my masterpiece. So, all right. And he's doing and I don't know, you can't really see very well, but he's doing the P and V, right? Like he's got like this hand over here is doing a little pointer, and then this hand over here is doing the little circle. Yeah. Yeah, right? Like, and here's the thing is it doesn't have to be like this is just the prototype. Right? This is not the final product. You don't like people do that, like people go to like the little fucking like fairs and community markets and just like print like just 3D print these fucking PVC or whatever figurines and shit and just sell them to people. Maybe sometimes they paint them or whatever, right? But to me, I would rather create molds, right? Like finish this up, get all the little layer lines out or whatever, right? Make molds, and then cast them in whatever medium I wanted to, right? Typically it's going to be like, because I'm not talking about doing like hot casting, like no metals or anything like that, but if I can make a silicon mold of this, I could fucking do rubber ones, fucking hard plastic ones, epoxy resin, all that shit, right? So you could even do, if you wanted to, if it was that important, you could do sand casting, right, with something like this. Maybe not this small, maybe something a little bigger, but you do sand casting with it. You have a metal, like you use that to create like the clay mold, and then you like burn the plastic shit out of it, and then you pour metal, right? But you make, you know, a bunch of them, right? Like you make a bunch of these, and you make a bunch of the fucking sand molds, and then you just cast them. And, you know, because to do metal casting, especially like complex objects like this, you have to break the mold, literally break the mold. So it's more intensive. Like I might, like you would have to print one of these for each one that you wanted to make, right? Whereas if you used like silicon molds, as long as you could make chocolates or what the fuck ever, right? It just can't be high heat stuff. It can only be like cured plastics and shit like that. I don't know. Can you pour glass? I've never heard of pouring glass into molds before, but I don't see why not. I guess you could use that, right? Like you take like the bulb of glass and then you sort of like clamp it between two pieces. I think I've seen that before. That's how they make some intricate bottles, right? So actually, no, this is that that's funny. This is what they do to make the intricate bottles is they do clamp the hollow bulb of glass in it, and then they force air into the mold to inflate it. Yeah. Uh-huh. Exactly. You see, dog. We're all artists out here. Yeah, but there's all kinds of things you can cast them with, and resins like epoxy resins and stuff have gotten really good. And here's the thing is I have all the equipment to do epoxy resin. I have a vacuum chamber. I have I even at one point had the mold making stuff, like where like you mix it up and then you put your thing in there, and then it's like a silicone mold that you can just peel off of your object, right? So like I was all set up for all of this at one point, and again, I don't know, it just became too much. Something happened, but I'm here to get back into it. So it was like almost like did I bite off more than I could chew, because I was into a lot of things right at the time. That was when I was cultivating mushrooms. That was when I was designing and building low voltage electronic circuits, right? So I have all the stuff to do soldering and building and designing circuits. I have God, I can't even remember at this point. I can't even remember the name of the chip, right, that the Arduino is built off of, but it's like it's got like 32 pins and fucking you can do all kinds, like it has all kinds of things, and fucking I like at one point I could program it. Like I could plug it into, I could get it all set up on a breadboard, right? And then USB connect it using a USB, and then program it and program the chip, and then you take it off of the USB, the chip's all programmed, and then you put the input signal on it, you give it 5 volts, and it starts doing whatever you fucking told it to do. It was incredible. It was such a cool thing to be into. And that's the kind of shit that I want to get back into doing. But again, it's like, is it too much? Am I biting off more than I can chew by doing that? Is that why I failed before? Because I just became so like, I don't know, maybe it had something to do with my social context at the time. Yeah, I don't know. But I'm just starting back from the beginning at this point. All right, so I've got this sort of like goop. I like this sort of like a goop loop. Yeah, I'm afraid to rotate, but that may be the best solution. But I'm not even in a situation where I can pursue these sorts of things freely, right? I don't have any place around me to set up my here's the thing. If I wanted to do a few things, like if I could figure out how to just make that happen, then I could set up a bunch of stuff and get things going in that direction for a lot of these things. But as it stands, I feel like my situation here is not permanent, right? Like, I'm going to end up having to change my whole life and context again within the next few years. And part of being prepared for that, right, recognizing that that's going to happen, is the knowledge that, well, a lot of that stuff is just going to be better off just stay packed, right? Like, just better that it stays packed. Throw a bunch of shit away, like my next move, a bunch of this stuff is it's not coming with me, right? Like, but it's just going to be better off just not unpacking it, unless I'm going to sell it, right? But I'm not going to. Yeah, I'm not going to sell it. I'm not going to sell any of it. I'm not going to sell the 3D printer. I'm not going to sell any of my. I thought about giving away all my electronics stuff. I still have it all. I never gave or sold any of it. And I did think about it, and I'm really glad that I didn't. It was a really big initial investment. Like, it's probably like, I mean, retail, it was like $1,000. It's like $1,000 worth of stuff, right? All the wires, the integrated controllers, the fucking jumper wires for the breadboard, solder, solder cleaning, and all of like the kits to fucking like do the soldering and all that shit to like do it properly. Like, there's just a lot of stuff. Voltmeters, like multimeters and shit like that. It all adds up. But I did some pretty cool stuff. And I feel more comfortable understanding how electronic devices work. Like, I would just go to Goodwill and like pick up old kids' toys. Like if you have like a kid's toy that has like a voice on it, like a seek and spell or something like that, right? Like, that's controlled by a little integrated controller, and if you're careful, you just desolder it from the board, and you can find all of the information. Like, it's written on the chip, right? What it's like what it is, right? Like, whatever that little like KV501 chip or whatever, right? And then you just look that up on Google, and then you get this whole sheet, this like small booklet, and it explains A to Z 100% everything that chip does and how to make it do it. So I just had a lot of little projects like that. I have I probably still have it somewhere, and it's just fucking garbage at this point, but it's a optical theremin. So it has one of those if you've ever seen them, they're like little, they have like little thing, and then like there's like, you see like the little contacts on it. It's I don't know, they're called something, but what they do, photoresistors, right? And so what it does is, the brighter the light is, the more resistance occurs across the circuit. And so you can use that to drive if you amplify the signal, right? Like if you have some batteries and you're running a signal across it, you can use different like circuit stuff, like transistors and shit to amplify the signal, and then use it to drive a little speaker. And so you just turn it on, and then you wave your hand over it, like to cause a shadow or whatever, and it changes like the tone that comes out. It was pretty cool. I enjoyed doing stuff like that. It's like a math. So I would say that to me, it's like a math problem that you have to solve using blocks, right? So you have these blocks that mean something or do something, right? And you have to put them together in a specific way to solve a math problem, right? Because it's always about measurement. It's always about, you have 5 volts of input to work with, and you're gonna change it or route it in some way to use it as a signal. Like, we're not talking about like necessarily like powering like motors and stuff. That usually requires other drivers, right? Like, you're not going to be using your 5-volt circuit. Like, you could have like a big battery pack and then divide it up, right? And so that you have like a 5-volt circuit doing all of your logic operations, and then you have like your like whatever 12-volt circuit that's driving your motors and shit like that. But in any case, like, most of the stuff that I was doing was not driving motors. It was just signal processing. And just like, and you can like amplify the voltage, right? So, like, I definitely built amplifiers and shit like that. But I mean, you're just gonna like, it's not usable in that way. Like, and in any case, yeah, I was mostly just using it for like controlling low voltage electronics, not motors and shit. I don't know what the video module is for. I don't know what that does. Oh shit, god damn it, oh man, it's terrible. So I was main faced for way too long. I mean, look, it's nice to be able to drive motors, right? Like, that's fun. Like, that's how you get your robot to do things, right? Is like, you have like actuators and fucking solenoids and motors and shit like that. But I don't know. I never got into like robots and shit. That was never what I was into. I think that was like the thing that other people enjoy like as a whatchamacallit, as a spectator, right? They're like, oh, what is this? Oh yeah, I don't even remember what I was saying. It doesn't matter. I'm just vibing. At this point, I'm just vibing. I'm vibing off of having done this. It took so much brain power. Like like just to think about it and figure it out. I feel so good that I did that, and especially with the very minimal amount of direct, like, I'm not doing anything that somebody said, this is how you do that. If you do this, like, I'm not following it like a magic spell, right? Like, I'm understanding the concepts behind the processes that I'm learning, right, in order to generate novel output. So I feel really good about this. Yeah, and I want to continue on. I want to make something else. I kind of want to go more advanced. Like, now that I've got this kind of thing going on, I want to go more advanced.
This is the Mainbow Analog Video Synthesizer. Its main features are a video encoder using hue luminance saturation alpha color space.
Wait, hold on.
This is the Mainbow Analog Video Synthesizer. Its main features are a video encoder using hue luminance saturation alpha color space and 4 video function generators. It also contains glitch effects and filters for making sound responsive video patterns. It uses LZX style signaling and is available in NTSC and PAL versions. I'm selling this module as a DIY kit, link in the description. What I'm doing here is using 2 function generators to make an oval and sending that to the alpha channel. As I turn up this knob, the intensity of the alpha channel increases. If I keep turning it, it activates a wave folder which produces a sequence of concentric ovals. Right now the alpha channel is in soft mode, which is why there's a smooth gradient blending. If I hit this button, it goes into hard mode, and now it's a very sharp edge. Now I'm going to take this signal and send it to the hue channel, which is going to make some rainbow ovals. The hue channel also has folding and a hard and soft mode. All inputs on this module have built-in splitters, which makes it very easy to
What up, Alpha 9?
I'm going to use that
You're looking
to send
out,
this
dog.
signal to the luma and saturation channels as well. So now the pattern has some light and dark areas as well.
So I'm looking at this guy, right? Use this video synth, right? But it's just doing, like, he's like, here's how you make an oval, this or that, right? And so I believe it has some like generators, but I haven't seen I haven't seen it like do anything like crazy yet. So okay, so here's a chroma cauldron. That's interesting, but it's like a very bespoke
Each function generator has
effect.
its own monochrome video output, so you
Okay.
can connect multiple TVs and see how the pattern is put together.
Yeah, great.
Now I'm going to give a quick demo of the audio filter.
Oh, that's interesting. But I don't have any TVs that this would work on. Everything's digital these days. But here's the cool thing is that DACs are really cheap. Like you can buy a little chip. It's like a digital analog converter. You can buy a little chip, and then if you can build your own circuit, right? Like you're like, okay, I have this analog input that I want to digitize, right? So that it can interact with my digital content, or I want to turn my digital content analog, right? And then use it as a signal, and then maybe pipe it back in through another DAC, right? That turns it from a analog to a digital signal so that you can output it to a like any kind of, you know, digital output method, which could be a file, could be a stream, could be a screen, who knows. And that would be because here's the thing that when I'm looking at something like that is that it would be cool to be able to plug in signal sources from other synthesizers, right? And it looks like that's kind of the idea, is that each of these, it looks like each of the little inputs or knobs has a little plug, right? Like a 1/4-inch plug or something like that. You can plug a signal input into it and have that signal control that dial. And that's pretty fucking cool. That's an insight, right? But it's one of those things where I'm like, well, if I'm going to do it, I'm kind of just going to do it myself. I'm going to figure out like the right way to do, like, you know, digital analog conversion off of, and what's the best chip to use, and just build my own, right? Just build my own, and so that it does only exactly what I want it to do. And it's just mine. So if it breaks or if I ever need another one, I can just do that. Yeah, right. So that's, yeah, it sounds like a good idea. Like, you know. I mean, that's the thing, is you need like you don't need like signal rectification and stuff like that, but that's what the good digital analog conversions do. And there's ICs that will like apply safety to your video signal, your digital video signal, right? So you're not sending like harmful or corrupt data to your digital display, right? Like you can just buy those. They're like, you could buy them already built in an integrated circuit, or if you're a crazy person, you can just build your own circuit to make sure that you're only outputting safe data into your DAC, which normally I would assume that like the DAC also has its, usually like depending on, you know, it's going to have its own safety protocols. Like it's going to have like, oh, it's only outputs voltages in these ranges and shit like that, right? And that's all in those specification manuals. I mean, the only thing that you risk is burning out your ICs, which is, you know, again, they're usually pretty cheap. I mean, even if you're spending like $5 on one or whatever, it's not like you're not going bankrupt. You fucked up. That's all. I don't know. So it's the cost of fucking up, you know. It's got to hurt a little bit, or you'll just keep fucking up. that was one thing that that I started to understand dealing with low voltage electronics, like stuff that runs on 5 volt, is they basically created an integrated circuit for pretty much any use case at this point. Like, you still need transistors and capacitors, resistors and shit like that, right? But for the most part, if you need to do some signal operation of any kind, from something as simple as, you know, like a semi-complex logic operation, to even simple logic operations, there's probably an integrated controller that just is basically a transistor. I don't know. But in any case, something like that simple to something as complex as turning an analog signal into a digital signal of a certain specification, right? Like, you can, like, it's just, at this point, they're just really easy to make. They're just, you can design them as long as you can design them. And the software now, computers are everywhere. And the software is everywhere if you're one of those kinds of people who is interested in this kind of shit. Like, you can just be like, I'm going to design an integrated circuit, and then you send the specification to some dude in Shenzhen, and you send him that and fucking $1,000, and you've got a fucking 100 pounds of integrated circuits sent to your door, right? That you designed. So it's pretty straightforward at this point these days to just turn most low voltage circuit designs into integrated circuits with like integrated logic and fuses and all of that shit. It's so amazing. It's one of those things that was probably one of the things that made me so hopeful during that period of my life, was just the idea. It was just like, I can't believe it. I can't believe how cheap and easy like it is to just just invent them. Like, it's like programming. I guess that's the analogy that I was using earlier, which is just like, it's like programming, but like with blocks, right? Like, you have these like blocks that do certain things, and you can wire certain inputs into them, and then you get certain outputs, and you can wire that output into something else that then can like makes it do some crazy shit. It's amazing. But then on one side you have like iPhone, right, which is like, oh my god, just this marvel of technology, and like using electronics to its like most awesome level. And then you have like other stuff that is just like, I don't know, it's like cheapening some things. Like, I don't know, sometimes I want physical switches, right? Like, I don't necessarily want just like a little like touchpad, like a capacitive touchpad. That only works half the time anyway. Like, I want like a physical switch, and it's just cheaper to manufacture these capacitive touchpad devices, because there's no moving parts. You just program everything into an integrated circuit. You plug the capacitive touchpad into the integrated circuit, and that's it. Like, otherwise you would need a physical button that might break, burn, bend, melt, whatever, right? Like, you need a physical button where the contact is going to wear out, all this other stuff. And that's what they're trying to avoid. But the capacitive stuff and integrated circuit stuff is not as good. I mean, the integrated circuit, fine, but the capacitive touch screen stuff, no thanks. Just stop. I would rather just make something with buttons that aren't gonna. There's telephones from the 70s that the buttons still work, you know? Like, just make buttons like that. Fine, we know how to do it. I'll pay for it. Whatever the inflation cost is, if now, you know, a desk phone costs $1 million or whatever, I guess that's just what we do. I'm really sorry, guys. I don't have any music to play. Because if I do, I'm going to get the channel in trouble. Let's figure out. Okay, so we did this geometry node. Let's do another object. What song? No, I'm doing this thing. Do you just need a view on it, or you want me to like listen to it right now? Yeah. Let's do it. What's your song? I don't know what song. What song? I'm gonna look in your DMs and see if I can see what you're talking about. Nope, don't see anything there. What is this? Okay, sure, why not? We'll just download it. Just download whatever. Just download whatever he tells me to download. You know what I mean? Did I download it? Okay, good. Perfect.
Geometry information or calculations based on geometry information, attributes, or both. The edge vertices node, for example, when evaluated on an edge, gives the index and the position vector of the two vertices that define it, while the curve tangent node outputs the direction a curve points in at each control point, which is the kind of complex mathematics that even Oppenheimer would lose sleep over. Now I'm grabbing the position input node because we're going to use it to climb the last mini mountain of field understanding. Here we are back at our 7 vertices. If I add a set position node and plug our position input node into it,
all of the
into its
vertices
position
go
input,
to...
nothing happens.
What?
This is because the instructions being evaluated at each vertex are to set the position of each vertex with the position of each vertex.
Aha!
This is an evaluate at index node, which modifies the instructions of a field by controlling which index the data is retrieved from, placing all the vertices at the position of the given index. At this point, you might feel tempted to let your brain fall out of your nose. But
What a
wait,
nerd.
if I plug
I
in
love
an
this.
index node, the moment of clarity arrives. Because the index node's instruction of use the index means that the evaluate at index node is now retrieving the data from the position field using the index. In other words, this is the same as this. And if we multiply the instruction by 0.5, the evaluate at index node now retrieves data from the position field with the modified index, using the position with an index that's half of its own. So given the importance of field context, the question is, how do we transfer attributes from one object to another? In this example, I'm going to take the positions of our 7 vertices and use them to set the positions of 7 instances, which I'm adding with a collection info node, where I've selected separate children so that each object in the collection is a separate instance and they don't squabble. So now we have our 7 vertices positioned in their neat line and our 7 instances, in this case positioned at the origin. We know that doing this won't copy the vertices positions over because in this context, the instructions from the position node are to set the instances positions with the positions of the instances. The field only knows what it is when it gets there. But I can sample the vertices positions with a sample index node, then noodle the result over to the instance's set position. This index input works in exactly the same way as it does on the evaluate at index node, here sampling the position attribute at the index. But in this case, the solid noodle and the dotted diamonds tell us that the output isn't a field, but a single value. The set position node using that single vector for every instance. So just like before, if I add an index input node, it becomes a field of the vertices positions. As it says here, a vector field based on index. But in the field context of this field, which index is it based on? The index of the vertices or the index of the instances? If you just said out loud, sat there in front of your computer, television, phone, or smart fridge, it's the indices of the instances, Harry, you'd be right. Because the field is evaluated on the instances. We can prove this by storing the index on the instances as a named attribute, and using this named attribute as the index for the sample index node. Making sure it's stored on the instance domain, of course. Determining field context can sometimes feel daunting, but if you follow a field's flow and identify where it's being evaluated, it's not. Finally, I want to talk about those anonymous attributes I alluded to quite some time ago. To do that, I'm offsetting the positions of our instances with some noise. If I added another set position node, what would I plug in here to set the instances back to their positions before the noise? We know the position node won't work, but it will if we capture the position attribute before it's changed. We can do this with a capture attribute node, which stores it on the geometry but without a name, and provides us with a field socket to specifically access its instructions. Writing this video was a lot harder than I expected.
You did a
Through
really
doing
good
it,
job,
I realized
bro.
how the simplest of ideas can so easily come across as advanced gibberish. If you want to support this or future videos,
Advanced
my Patreon is
gibberish.
so
I
new
love it.
I can animate
Yup.
all the top tier members. I posted a few early versions of this video over there, and will be doing so again with the next. Come hang, bring burritos. I'm Harry Blends, and I hope this helped.
You know, I'll tell you what, Harry. It did. And you have
In
a
this
thing
video-
specifically about animation. Well, you know what? I promised a friend something, so we're going to do that first. How long is this? 6, bro, you are tripping, dog. You are, look, you give somebody an inch and they take a mile. A 6-minute song, you have to know that that is overstaying. I did subscribe. He's all subscribed. Or maybe not. Look at that, you're the only person watching my stream. How does that make you feel? You're my super fan. Yeah, I'm subscribed. I'm just teasing you, dog. I'm not gonna choose a different song. This is the one you success. Well, that's what you get. I don't know what to tell you, dog. That's what you said. I don't know what to tell you, man. I played what was sent to me. Nope. I'm not switching. Good job, Sofa. I appreciate you sharing that. Where is... Because I gotta listen to this, YouTube video that's gonna teach me how to do something cool, right?
I'm going to build this geometry node group. A group that procedurally animates whatever object you plug into it, creating this satisfying little bounce.
Interesting.
The techniques in this video can be used to make much more complex animations, and this group can animate any number of objects at once, harnessing fields to bounce each in its own time. And at the end of the video, I'll be doing just that, giving Suzanne this rather adorable parasitic infection. Okay, let's get going, shall we? I'm starting by succumbing to one of the primitive superstitions our Blender community adheres to and deleting the default cube, before replacing it with a new one. With that selected, I'll move down to the geometry node editor and add a new geometry node modifier to it. Then, because there's a link in the description if you need help adding and removing nodes, I'm going to streamline this experience by getting rid of the interface. Okay, let's cut the noodle between the group input and the group output and replace it with a sphere node, making its radius 0.5. We won't be needing the group input, so let's get rid of that. Then, because we will be staring at this sphere for the rest of the video, I'm going to add a set shade smooth node and a set material node, setting it with a material that has a subtle pink sheen. Next, I'm adding a geometry to instance node to convert the sphere mesh into a single instance, which means we can then scale it with a scale instances node. This is scaling the sphere from its center, which is great for X and Y, but when scaling on Z, we want to scale from the bottom because when we animate, we want the sphere to be able to have consistent contact with the ground. That's consistent contact, not persistent contact, because we don't want a restraining order. To achieve this, we are going to procedurally raise the base of the mesh so it's at the geometry's origin. We're doing it procedurally so it'll work for any mesh we plug into it. So, to node this, I'm adding a bounding box node, which takes a mesh and creates a box around it as tightly as possible, showing us in cubic form its extremes. It also gives us the coordinates of the box's min and max corners, with vectors that describe how far the box extends on each axis in both the positive and negative directions. We're not going to use the box itself, but plug these min-max coordinates into the offset of a set position node. And we really couldn't care less about X and Y, but Z, well, Z is the negative distance of the base of the sphere from the origin. So we can add a vector math node and set it to multiply, leaving X and Y at 0 but making Z -1, which offsets the geometry by the negative of the min Z distance, so the base is raised to the origin. And now, when we scale on Z, the sphere is scaled from the bottom. Next, we're going to start animating, and we're going to start animating by animating the position. So let's get rid of the scale instances for now and replace it with a set position node. Into the offset, we'll plug the frame output of a scene time node, and I've got these large digits here to show us what it's giving, which is the same for X, Y, and Z. I made all of these visual aids with geometry nodes, by the way. Explaining geometry nodes with geometry nodes is fun. If I press play, the ball disappears, offset by the frame number on X, Y, and Z. I'm working at 24 frames per second. This is because I love the way it makes animation feel. It has that motion picture quality, literally. It is what the early pioneers of cinema used because they didn't have very good graphics cards. Our sphere is moving very fast right now because it's being offset 1 unit every frame, so that's 24 units every second. So let's slow that down and rein it in, dividing it by 30 with a math node. This now gives us 1 unit every 30 frames, which at 24 frames per second moves the ball 1 unit every 1.25 seconds on X, Y, and Z. Now, to control which axis it moves on, let's add a vector math node and change it to scale. We'll use our divided value for the scale, and for the vector we'll just change Z to 1. The divided value will now scale this vector, which offsets the sphere only on the Z-axis.
That's one way to do it, I guess.
We don't just want our sphere to go up, of course, we want it to come down again too. And we also want it to squash and stretch while it's doing that, then repeat, seamlessly, possibly perpetually, beyond the infinites of known time.
To do this, we are going to control the sphere's full range of motion with a value from 0 to 1, converting that value into its scale and position. And we will create this 0 to 1 value by converting our scene time frame output. So, I'm adding another math node, and this time changing it to wrap, which, like most wraps, is towards the bottom of the menu. With a max of 1 and a min of 0, this will take our divided value and output a number between the minimum and the maximum, wrapping back to 0 when it reaches 1, which it does every 30 frames. This is our control value. And next, we're going to bend this wrapped value to our warped wills with a float curve. If I press play, the sphere still rises and jumps, rises and jumps, rises and jumps. In fact, the addition of the float curve doesn't appear to have done anything. So, let's take a look at what a float curve does, what this one is doing, and why the result is just the same. The float curve node is quite distinctive, what with it being chunky and having a big graph in the middle of it. This graph is a curve widget. It allows us to map a range of input values to a set of output values by adjusting a curve, which right now is a curve so simple it's passing itself off as a straight line. The input is represented across the bottom, with the output going up the side. Mapping any given horizontal input position to the line gives us a vertical position which determines the output. Right now, our curve is a straight line, defined with a point at the beginning at 0, 0 and a point at the end at 1, 1, which means at any given position along it, the output value is identical to the input value, and that's why the float curve doesn't appear to be doing anything. Well, this seems like quite an involved way of doing nothing, which is something I hear quite a lot. But if I pull at the curve, I can create another control point and shape it into a slope. Now the output and the input are no longer being mapped 1 to 1, and the sphere gradually accelerates as it rises. Or if I shape it like this, it starts fast, then slows towards the end. So the shape of the curve determines the position of the sphere on any given frame, by mapping a value which moves between 0 and 1 every 30 frames. So, if the output was 0 at both the beginning and the end, and we had an output of 1 in the middle, we can make ourselves an arch, and that will make the ball bounce.
Forgot all about the float curve. Man, so many powerful nodes. Very simple,
now,
straightforward
if I change
nodes.
the wrap max to 1.5, making our input value now move from 0 to 1.5, we create a little pause at the end of the bounce, because the range of our curve is 0 to 1, and any value higher than 1 is clipped or clamped to that range and treated as 1. We'll look at this in more detail later. But next, we want to scale the ball as we move it, because we want to create some squash and stretch. That elastic animation technique which, just like your crush, makes everything feel wibbly wobbly.
We're going to use a scale instances node controlled with our wrapped float, but for now, so it's clearer what I'm doing, I'm going to start with just a value node. For squash and stretch, we are going to want to scale the axes separately, and we're going to do this automatically with a little bit of math. First, let's make separate inputs for them with a combine XYZ node. The Z scale will be the value as is, so I'm plugging that into Z. For X and Y, we want to calculate a scale that, given the value of Z, maintains the volume of the sphere, or at least looks like it does. To do this, I've added a math node, and with it I'm going to take 1 and divide it by the value, before connecting the result to the combines X and Y. So, if the value is 1, the result is 1. If the value is 2, the result is 0.5. If the value is 0.5, the result is 2, and thus the sphere appears to always maintain its volume.
Oh, God, I love math.
Okay, we've got that set up, but before I add a float curve to it, let's add a map range node to plug it into.
What a simple
and save
concept.
The date because I'm going to explain why I've added it in about 45 seconds. Then I'm putting the positions float curve over so we can easily look at them both at the same time and plug in the wrapped value into the scales float curve. First, let's flatten the position float curve to keep it still for a minute so we can concentrate on one thing at a time. And that first one thing is going to be the map range node, which maps inputs to outputs just like the float curve but without the curve. For our sanity, we want to control the squash and stretch with values from -1 to 1, where -1 is maximum squash, 1 is maximum stretch, and 0 is the complete absence of either of them. So, I'm going to map an input range of -1 to 1 to an output of 0.2 to 1.8. Next, I'm going to adjust the clipping of the float curve, changing the Y minimum from 0 to -1, which appears to have been a pointless waste of both of our times, until I open the float curve specials menu and reset the view, which resets it to the new clipping. So now we can drag the starting point down to -1 on Y, and the wrapped value will push the ball from fully squashed to fully stretched. Now we've built float curve controls for both the position and scale, we are ready to bounce this ball. Let's flatline the scale. Then listen to the music of the traffic in the city and head downtown to the position curve where we will recreate our arch, but now we will pull the start point and the end point in a little bit so there's space to animate the squash and stretch before and after the jump. You'll notice now that after the ball lands, it continues to move. There's a problem in this part of the curve, so to take a proper look at it, we will change Y's min clipping to -1. Then remembering we have to reset the view, reset the view. We can now see the problem. Our curve is being a curve. If we want it to be a straight line, we have to tell it to do so with either the auto clamp button, which clamps any overshoot, or the vector handle button, which tells the curve to be a curve, but a curve from 1992. I'm going to clamp the second control point because we want the ball to accelerate up, but I'm leaving the third with vector handles because we don't want the ball decelerating on the way down. Okay, now it's time to animate our squash and stretch, squashing down before the jump, then stretching up before returning to normal or 0. Clamping another errant undershooting curve, and it's starting to look at least partially coherent.
But it's got a squish at the end.
The more observant among you might have noticed that something is slightly wrong with the curve.
Yeah, it's got a
Over
squish
here.
at the end.
Well
What?
done. Nothing gets past you, does it? It's extrapolating up off somewhere where even Katy Perry can't reach. But by clicking Extend Horizontal in the Specials menu, the curve extends horizontally before and after the curve, and our rogue curve way to heaven disappears. Okay, I'm going to clamp the first control point to ease in our anticipatory squish. Then look at the landing point on the position curve, which is at 0.72, so that back at the scale curve, I can roughly match this with a stretch on the way down. From this stretch, we'll continue the downward motion with a big squash. At the moment, it's taking its time unsquashing after this, so let's add another point, making it ever so slightly stretched. Now I'm going to select this squashed control point and clamp it.
Wild.
Then this stretched point and give it vector handles.
Wild.
And we're almost there. I think it needs a bit of squash at the very top. And I want to add a tiny amount of squash between these 2 points so there's a little bit of bounce at the end. And there it is, a bouncing ball with character, animated entirely with geometry nodes and math. Next, we'll take what we've built here and use it to animate multiple balls. I'm going to select everything we've done from the bounding box onwards, then press Ctrl G to put it in a group. Our group input and output need attention because, like me, they never quite know what to do when they find themselves in a new group. Then, pressing N to open the sidebar so we can move the geometry input to the top and rename it geometry. We're going to want to control other things through the group input as well, the first of which is the wrap max. But before we add the others, let's head back outside of the group by pressing Tab, where we have a bit of a Stretch Armstrong situation. So, a little more tidying, and once we've renamed the group Squishy Bounce, we will tab back in. I'm sure you remember that the ball's direction is determined by the vector in this scale node, so let's plug that in too. And in front of the scale node, we will add a second scale node so we can scale the initial vector by its own separate value. Scaling the vector like this will allow us to control the height of the bounce. And if we're using this vector to change direction, we are going to want to rotate the ball to face that direction. So let's add a rotate instances node at the end and a align rotation to vector node to align the rotation to our vector. This part will make more sense when we build Suzanne and her bouncing parasites. Well, that's it for the inputs, but there's one last thing we need to do before we can animate multiple balls. So, back in the group, we're going to select the geometry raising nodes and press Ctrl G to put them in their own group.
This is very
then tab
much.
out and rename it Bottom Align. Then we will delete this Bottom Align group from the Squishy Bounce group, and we're finally ready to handle multiple balls. But before we do, I'm going to ask you to like and subscribe, because it's something I'm supposed to do, but I haven't done it yet. And I'm also going to push my Patreon at you. Here are the names of my top tier members animated with the Geometry Node group that I just made. Anyway, it's now time to bounce some balls on Suzanne, and you are probably quite tired at this point, so let's do this as fast as is reasonably possible.
No.
Starting with a fresh cube and geometry node modifier, we will add our 2 new groups. Then plug our previous sphere, set shade smooth, and set material nodes into them. Slide the value input, and everything works as before. Great. Next, we'll add the scene time and math divide nodes, plugging them into the value, getting a satisfying sense of deja vu all over again. Next, we will add an instance on points node between the 2 groups with the sphere as the instance, which we will then slide out of sight and out of mind, making way for Suzanne in an object info node. And we will also join her into the group output with a join geometry node. That's a nice monkey, but we want a bigger one, so we will scale her up with a transform geometry node. Then, to make points to instance on, I'm going to add a distribute points on faces node, plugging Suzanne into it, the distributed points into points, and the normal output into the direction vector of our squishy bounce group. So, we're distributing points on Suzanne's mesh, then instancing our bottom aligned spheres on them. Then we are using the normal at the position of each point as the direction vector for each sphere. We can stop them all bouncing to the same beat by using their index to calculate their value. I'm going to multiply it by 0.6, then add it to the scene time frame output, which on any frame makes each sphere's value different. And then I'm going to change the wrap max value to 3 to give them a little more time to be different in. And to make it actually look good, let's change the radius of this sphere to 0.1, and then change the distribution type to Poisson disk, where we can make the minimum distance between the points 0.1. And there it is. And that's bouncing balls with geometry nodes. And that's also the end of the video. Congratulations, you made it, I made it, I hope you make it, because that's why I made it. I am Harry Blends, and I hope this helped. I'd like to introduce you to Derek. He's a procedurally generated geometry node creature with dynamic jiggle physics, but he prefers Derek. In this shot, the only things being animated are two empties. One controlling the body and the other where he looks. The movements of his stalks and eyeballs are all simulated. In this video, I'm going to build this geometry node setup from start to finish, stepping through everything as I go.
That's pretty crazy. Wow, that's really long.
The concepts that make Derek work and the Blender features
but I just really
that make
like
them possible.
these conceptual
If you're someone who
videos.
likes looking at maps, you can download high-res images of all of the node trees for free on my Patreon. That's both the geometry nodes and the materials. And top-tier members can download the project file itself. I might even remember to put it on Gumroad too, just check the description. Derek has a lot going on, but what he doesn't have is collisions. I'm mentioning this now to prevent you and I colliding in the comment section later. Okay, I think that's everything. Let's go.
I think that's everything.
Starting in the default scene, and the only thing we want to keep is the default cube.
And
So
then
we'll
are we going to delete
both
it?
the light and the
Okay.
camera before adding an empty. This is going to be the object that controls the movement of our Derek, and we are going to call it body control. We'll also rename the cube Derek in the pretense that I always rename things and not just when you're looking. Then, with Derek selected, open the geometry node editor, where we will automatically add a new geometry nodes modifier to the cube when we add a new geometry node tree. A node tree the size we're about to build could very easily end up looking like that mess behind your television. So we're going to stay organized by dragging Shift with the left mouse button to make a reroute. Then Shift G to make a group around it. Press Tab to exit the group. There it is. Then tabbing back in, where we'll feel bad killing the reroute because we lured it here under false pretenses. Anyway, we will be creating all of our geometry inside this group with none coming in. So the first thing we'll do is press N to open the sidebar and delete the geometry input because we won't be using it.
Evil.
Then closing the sidebar again with N, it's time to start adding nodes. I
Add
could
your
do this with
nodes.
the Add menu, selecting from the full list of nodes available. Or, having pressed Shift S, simply type the name of the node I want to add.
No, Shift A these
But
days.
I'm not going
Sorry,
to do it
buddy.
those ways. I'm going to do it my way, stripping away most of the mechanics of how so we can focus our time and attention on why. But
Alright, so I have this thing. It's very noodly, right? But now I'm starting to think I want to do some other things to it. I want to, like, maybe, I don't know. There's a few things that I'm going to work on now. I'm fully inspired now. Yeah, fully inspired now. So let's look at that radius. I can I can control the radius. With something like this. What? Bruh. Bruh. okay, okay, right? And then I do something like this, and something like this, right? And then we get something like this.
The gods.
Okay. And then
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being a broken again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men, matter band.
that's a really, what I'm doing here is very inefficient. It looks cool as shit though. And I just fucking...
Bands when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the same hard.
And I'm doing the, maybe if I turn this off,
So rip these words apart.
it's better, but it's actually better. But wait a minute.
Arms, swords and bombs, it never stops. On and on, back in.
Maybe there is a... Instead of doing... Look at... That's real ugly. The way that... Ugh.
94, I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald. Buddha dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power, and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people suiciding the way to freedom. Flow got down syndrome. Lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means. Ballistic, retarded, and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class, waiting for the bell. But even it won't save your ass. 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 Tollyrot again, bragging about a middle class. Same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back. Had a whittle past a system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints or relation. It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit. Build a core they can't break in. Watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up. Sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut. Owned by Dr. Vogue, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times. I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due to the fact his name's Dwight. You should
His name's Dwight, dog. How could he not be?
Words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose. Look closely, you can see the fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks. Look at my mask, it's golden. Don't ask, who am I? No emotion. Dr. Vogue, Tolly Rod, the gods.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the sandy heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield. Legs and arms, swords and bombs, it never stops. On and on, back in 94 I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people suiciding the way to freedom. Flow got down syndrome, lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic. Retarded and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class. Waiting for the bell to ring, but even it won't save your ass. Save your ass, 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 save your ass.
Tolly Rod again, bragging about a middle class. Same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back. Had a whittle past the system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints of relation. It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit. Build a core they can't break in. Watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up. Sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut. Owned by Dr. Vogue, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times. I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due to the fact his name's Dwight. You should be neutered if you ever have to say I have to ask the white. Words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen.
Interesting. Oh, you know what I can do? I got it. Because I'm not, so I'll keep the radius, but this is a curve. I can still, maybe I can't. Transform. It's just gonna be geometry, right? Maybe it's gonna let me fucking do it. Oh wait. No, that's still not gonna work.
On purpose. Look close.
Yeah, look at that. Huh. Oh. Radius. What other curve primitives do I have? I mean, it's not quite. Interesting. Yet another conundrum. Can I do this thing that I think I should be able to do? Because this is just a float. It's not a vector. So there's no point in putting it like, there's no way to sort of like scale this curve the way that I need it to be scaled. Right? I have to. Okay. Yeah, right. Because there's no magic. There's never any magic. It's always just. It's always just. Finding the actual logic path within the existing constraints. So I gotta generate a mesh, right? I gotta make a mesh circle that has 4 vertices. And then I can interesting. Yeah, that doesn't work, does it? Shit. I thought I could use a mesh, do some kind of operation on it, like scale it or something. And then programmatically adjust that scale, like have it be a input or something I can use, but it does not look like that is the case. It's really unfortunate. Oh, wow. Oh, I've been back. Now you can see me. It's so beautiful.
You can see the fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks. Look up. My mask is golden.
Why doesn't this work? All right, why doesn't this work?
Don't ask who am I, no emotion. Dr. Vogue, Rod, the gods.
I know why.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being a broken can.
Don't ask who am I, no emotion. Dr. Vogue, Rod, the gods.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being a broken can. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the sandy heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield, legs and arms, swords and bombs. It never stops, on and on. Back in '94, I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha, dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power, and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people, suicide is the way to freedom. Flow, goddamn syndrome, lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic. Retarded, and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class, waiting for the bell to ring, but even it won't save your ass. Save your ass, save your ass, save your ass, save your ass, save your ass.
Tallyrod again, bragging about a middle class. Same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back. Had to whittle past a system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints or relation. It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit. Build a core they can't break in. Watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up. Sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut. Owned by Dr. Vogue, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times. I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due to the fact his name's Dwight. You should be neutered if you ever have to say I have to ask the wife. Words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose. Look closely, you can see the fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks. Look at my mask, it's golden. Don't ask who am I, no emotion. Dr. Vogue, Rod, the gods.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being a broken can. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the sandy heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield, legs and arms, swords and bombs, it never stops. On and on, back in 94, I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people, suicide is the way to freedom. Flow got down syndrome, lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic. Retarded and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class, waiting for the bell to ring, but even it won't save your ass. Save your ass, save your ass, save your ass, save your ass, save your ass.
Tollyrot again, bragging about a middle class, same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back. Had to whittle past the system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints or relation. It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit. Build a core they can't break in. Watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up. Sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut. Owned by Dr. Vogue, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times. I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamonds? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due to the fact his name's Dwight. You should be neutered if you ever have to say I have to ask the wife. Words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose. Look closely, you can see the fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks. Look at my mask, it's golden.
Yeah, my
Don't
mask.
ask, who am I? No
It's
emotion.
invisible.
Dr. Vogue.
It's skin colored. It's exactly the same color as my skin. Don't ask, who am I, Dr. Vogue.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the same heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield, legs and arms, swords and bombs. It never stops. On and on. Back in 94, I was a real young kid. Now
This
I'm
means
bald,
anything. This is, I don't understand why.
And the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad.
And I do like curve to mesh, and then mesh curve. Nope. It's not gonna work. Wait, maybe.
Tollyrot again.
Right, so here we go. Right, and then take this and I go geometry, operations, transform geometry, because it's a mesh now. Does not. Does not have any. What is that?
Middle class, same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back. Had to whittle past the system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints or relation.
What is happening here? That looks fucking cool as shit. This is just on accident. I don't know how any of this is happening. I doubt I even need, I bet I don't even need these, I bet I don't even need these in this,
What's stopping us?
Right, I bet. Yeah, right? So what is the basis of that? That is very cool. What is the basis of that?
April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due to the fact his name's Dwight. You should be neutered if you ever have to say I have to ask the white. Words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose. Look closely, you can see the fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks. Look at my mask, it's golden. Don't ask, who am I? No emotion. Dr. Vogue, Rod, the gods.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never mets the sandy heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield. Legs and arms, swords and bombs, it never stops. On and on, back in 94 I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people suiciding the way to freedom. Flow got down syndrome, lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic. Retarded and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class, waiting for the bell to ring, but even it won't save your ass. Save your ass, save your ass, save your ass, save your ass,
Tally rod again, bragging about a middle class. Same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back. Had a whittle past the system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints or relation. It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit. Build a core they can't break in. Watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up. Sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut. Owned by Dr. Vogue, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times. I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due to the fact his name's
middle class. Same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back. Had a whittle past the system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints or relation. It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit. Build a core they can't break in. Watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up. Sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut. Owned by Dr. Vogue, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times. I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due to the fact his name's Dwight. You should be neutered if you ever have to say I have to ask the white. Words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose. Look closely, you can see the fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks. Look at my mask, it's golden. Don't ask, who am I? No emotion. Dr. Vogue, Rod, the gods.
How is that not?
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered.
It was working. Oh, well, that works. Why does that work? And that works. This doesn't work. Does that? It's got to be a bug. Why doesn't that work? Because it was working.
Man, matter. Bands when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the same heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield, legs and arms, swords and bombs. It never stops. On and on. Back in '94, I was a real young kid. Now I'm Paul Buddha, dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power, and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people suicide on the way to freedom. Flow got down syndrome. Lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic. Retarded, and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class, waiting for the bell to ring. But even it won't save your ass. Save your ass. Save your ass. Save your ass. Save your ass.
Tollyrot again, bragging about a middle class. Same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back. Had a whittle past the system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints of relation. It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics formed with basements born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit. Build a core they can't break in. Watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up. Sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut. Owned by Dr. Vogue, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times. I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due to the fact his name's Dwight. You should be neutered if you ever have to say I have to ask the wife. Words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose.
And then the other important aspect of this is shading, right? So like if you have this object, this is cool, and like you get I don't know, I get worked up thinking about what the geometry looks like, when in the end, really the thing that's going to make it look coolest is the you know, the material that you use. So and we're using EV, so we're going to get bloom effects. It's my favorite effect in EV. Can't do that in cycles. Stupid. I want to click this.
Fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks.
All right, something like that. That's pretty good. And then the only thing is they don't call out what works in EV and what only works in cycles. as far as I know, last time I was deep in Blender, they weren't calling out what material nodes only worked in EV or only worked in cycles and not EV, right? It's like, I mean, some things it's like, okay, use your brain, light path. You're not ray tracing, so there's no light paths in EV, so whatever. But something like, does layer weight work? I don't know, right? Because it's just sort of like, it is just kind of like almost like a general math calculation. Like, it's not like you need to be ray casting to figure out how to do layer weights, right? So does this work? Like, if I do a color map, what? Color. Input. Ramp. That's what it is. It's a fucking color ramp. Woo! Scared me for a second. All right. No, you're not gonna see, right? Like, what? Doesn't change it. But Jesus Christ. Oh. Fucking hate you, geometry nodes. Genuinely. Okay. Nope. Yeah, that's this. I have to go here and then here. Huh. Huh. Yeah. That's really weird. Nothing works the way that I think it should work. It's very strange. I have 5,000 hours on this program. It's crazy that nothing works the way I think it should work. I guess I'm just retarded. I think that's just the answer, right? It's just that I am just a retard. Look, that looks different. All right, okay. That's starting to get into that territory. Hmm. 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 Interesting. Ah, fuck that is.
Don't ask, who am I? No emotion. Dr. Vogue, Rod, the gods.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the sandy heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield. Legs and arms, swords and bombs, it never stops. On and on, back in 94, I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power and the only route to glory is a true story. Written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people suiciding the way to freedom. Flow got down syndrome, lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic. Retarded and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class. Waiting for the bell to ring, but even it won't save your ass. Save your ass, save your ass, save your ass, save your ass, save your ass.
Rod again, bragging about a middle class. Same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back. Had a whittle past the system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints or relation. It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred.
Oh, wow. How useful would that be?
If we stray from their course,
Plug a fucking color in here. Wouldn't that be fucking cool? God damn. Damn, dog.
Owned by Dr. Vogue, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times. I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due to the fact his name's Dwight. You should be neutered if you ever have to say I have to ask the wife. Words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose. Look closely, you can see the fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks. Look at my mask, it's golden. Don't ask, who am I? No emotion. Dr. Vogue, Rod, the gods.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the sandy heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield. Legs and arms, swords and bombs, it never stops. On and on, back in 94, I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power and the only route to glory is a true story. Written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people suiciding the way to freedom. Flow got down syndrome, lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic. Retarded and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class. Waiting for the bell to ring, but even it won't save your ass. Save your ass, save your ass, save your ass, save your ass, save your ass.
Rod again, bragging about a middle class. Same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back. Had a whittle past the system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints or relation. It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit. Build a core they can't break in. Watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up. Sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut. Owned by Dr. Vogue, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times. I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due to the fact his name's Dwight. You should be neutered if you ever have to say I have to ask the wife. Words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose. Look closely, you can see the fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks. Look at my mask, it's golden. Don't ask, who am I? No emotion. Dr. Vogue, Rod, the gods.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the sandy heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield. Legs and arms, swords and bombs, it never stops. On and on, back in 94 I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people, suicide on the way to freedom. Flow got down syndrome, lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic. Retarded and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class. Waiting for the bell to ring, but even it won't save your ass. Save your ass, 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 save your ass.
Tallyrod again, bragging about a middle class. Same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back. Had to whittle past a system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints of relation. It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit. Build a core they can't break in. Watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up. Sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut. Owned by Dr. Vogue, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times. I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due to the fact his name's Dwight. You should be neutered if you ever have to say I have to ask the wife. Words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose. Look closely, you can see the fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks. Look at my mask, it's golden. Don't ask, who am I? No emotion. Dr. Vogue, Rod, the gods. Don't ask, who am I? No emotion. Dr. Vogue, Rod, the gods.
Oh, wow.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the sandy heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield. Legs and arms, swords and bombs, it never stops. On and on, back in 94 I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people, suicide on the way to freedom. Flow got down syndrome, lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic. Retarded and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class. Waiting for the bell to ring, but even it won't save your ass. Save your ass, 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 save your ass.
Jesus.
Tallyrod again, bragging about a middle class, same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back. Had to whittle past the system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints or relation. It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit. Build a core they can't break in. Watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up. Sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut. Owned by Dr. Vogue, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times. I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due to the fact his name's Dwight. You should be neutered if you ever have to say I have to ask the wife. Words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose. Look closely, you can see the fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks. Look at my mask, it's golden. Don't ask, who am I? No emotion. Dr. Vogue, Tolly Rod, the gods.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the sandy heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield, legs and arms, swords and bombs. It never stops, on and on. Back in '94, I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha, dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power, and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people suiciding the way to freedom. Flow got down syndrome, lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic. Retarded, and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class, waiting for the bell to ring, but even it won't save your ass. Save your ass, 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 save your ass.
Tolly Rod again, bragging about a middle class, same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back. Had to whittle past the system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints or relation. It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit. Build a core they can't break in. Watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up. Sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut. Owned by Dr. Vogue, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times. I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due to the fact his name's Dwight. You should be neutered if you ever have to say I have to ask the wife. Words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose. Look closely, you can see the fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks. Look at my mask, it's golden. Don't ask, who am I? No emotion. Dr. Vogue, Rod, the gods.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being a broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the sandy heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield. Legs and arms, swords and bombs, it never stops. On and on, back in 94 I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha dwelling in the city. Where the rain live, climb the path to power, and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people suiciding the way to freedom. Flow got down syndrome, lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic. Retarded and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class, waiting for the bell to ring, but even it won't save your ass. Save your ass, 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 save your ass.
Rod again, bragging about a middle class, same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back, had to whittle past the system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints or relation. It's business before it's sacred, it's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit, build a core they can't break in, watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up, sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut, owned by Dr. Vogue way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times. I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due to the fact his name's Dwight. You should be neutered if you ever have to say I have to ask the wife. Words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose. Look closely, you can see the fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks. Look at my mask, it's golden. Don't ask, who am I? No emotion. Dr. Vogue, Rod, the gods.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being a broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the sandy heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield. Legs and arms, swords and bombs, it never stops. On and on, back in 94 I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha dwelling in the city where the rain live. Climb the path to power, and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people suiciding the way to freedom. Flow got down syndrome, lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic. Retarded and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class, waiting for the bell to ring, but even it won't save your ass. Save your ass, 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 save your
ass. Rod again, bragging about a middle class, same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back, had to whittle past the system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints or relation. It's business before it's sacred, it's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If If we stray from their course, we can stay fit. Build a core they can't break in. Watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up. Sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut. Owned by Dr. Voke, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times. I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due to the fact his name's Dwight. You should be neutered if you ever have to say I have to ask the white. Words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose. Look closely, you can see the fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks. Look at my mask, it's golden. Don't ask, who am I? No emotion. Dr. Vogue, Tolly Rod, the gods.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being a broken can. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the sandy heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield. Legs and arms, swords and bombs, it never stops. On and on, back in 94 I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people suiciding the way to freedom. Flow got down syndrome, lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic. Retarded and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class. Waiting for the bell to ring, but even it won't save your ass. Save your ass, 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 save your ass.
Tolly Rod again, bragging about a middle class. Same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back. Had to whittle past the system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints of relation. It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit. Build a core they can't break in. Watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up. Sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut. Owned by Dr. Vogue, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few pew. Whenever I finger bang a chick, my favorite sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times. I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st, the worst day for a woman to say she gave birth. Who told you that fool's gold is being sold for the price of diamond? I've been hiding in a psilocybin cocoon. I knew Eisenhower was Caucasian due to the fact his name's Dwight. You should be neutered if you ever have to say I have to ask the white. Words don't cut deep enough when you have half the knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose. Look closely, you can see the fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks. Look at my mask, it's golden. Don't ask, who am I? No emotion. Dr. Vogue, Tolly Rod, the gods.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being a broken can. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the sandy heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield. Legs and arms, swords and bombs, it never stops. On and on, back in 94 I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people suiciding the way to freedom. Flow got down syndrome, lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic. Retarded and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class. Waiting for the bell to ring, but even it won't save your ass. Save your ass, save your
The knife. Welcome to the circus where the accidents happen on purpose. Look closely, you can see the fleas and lice jumping through my dreadlocks. Look at my mask, it's golden. Don't ask, who am I? No emotion. Dr. Vogue, Tolly Rod, the gods.
There go Dr. Vogue, bragging about being broke again. Beautiful Kitsuki pottery amongst the shattered men. Matter bends when you apply enough pressure. Pleasure never meant the same heart. So rip these words apart, leave them scattered on the battlefield, legs and arms, swords and bombs. It never stops, on and on. Back in '94, I was a real young kid. Now I'm bald Buddha dwelling in the city where the rain lived. Climb the path to power, and the only route to glory is a true story written in parable and allegory. Bad people doing bad things for good reasons. Sad people suicide the way to freedom. Flow got down syndrome, lyrics are autistic. My mind is a bullet, but that just means ballistic. Retarded, and I'm spazzing on to put me in a special class, waiting for the bell to ring. But even it won't save your ass. 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 Save your ass.
Tollyrot again, bragging about a middle class. Same damn mundane day, gotta hit it fast. Considering where I've been, I have to sit and laugh. An old man with a bold plan who got a little back. Had to whittle past the system with a reputation for making every step difficult as a riddle with no hints or relation. It's business before it's sacred. It's business before it's sacred. This is for the basics, formed with emplacements, born with a faith that's been worn or forsaken. If we stray from their course, we can stay fit. Build a core to keep breaking. Watch the force awake. Until then, gotta get that broccoli up. Sip hot toddies and smoke ungodly bud in a shoddy hut. Owned by Dr. Vogue, way over the ocean in Bosnia. What's stopping us?
Every time my penis is used, it drops a few.
Hmm.
Pew whenever.
Ah, that's right. The all these revelations. It's revelation after revelation, guys.
I finger bang a chick.
Hmm.
My favorite sound.
Hmm. Oh, there we go. All right, that's what we're looking for.
Sound effects is pew pew. I need this criminal activity to work out a few more times.
In Eevee, bloom is the glow around bright parts of the render, and it disappeared from the render settings with the release of Blender 4.2. So here's how we add it now. Bloom is now done in the compositor, but we can still see bloom in the 3D viewport without rendering because of real-time compositing. So first let's turn on real-time compositing. In either Look Dev or Render Preview mode, click this drop-down arrow, and at the bottom of the menu under Compositor, change from Disable to Always. Now go to the compositor, check the box Use Nodes. We get these two nodes by default. I'll also open a 3D viewport to look at while we work over here. And I'll have to turn on real-time compositing in this viewport as well. In between the Render Layers node and the compositor node, we add a glare node. Press Shift A and search for glare, or find the glare node. In the filter category. By default, the glare is set to streaks, which looks like this. But we now have 5 types of glare to choose from. And look at that, bloom is one of them. We can adjust the quality of the bloom, the mix of the bloom, the threshold,
I'm done signing my name without reading the paperwork first. April 1st.
and the size. You could also try fog glow, which gives a slightly different look. And this is all visible in the real-time compositor and in the final render. If you want to get better at learning Blender, do these 2 things. Hit that subscribe button, thank you, and check out the Blender Secrets ebook linked to in the description.
How do geometry nodes actually work within Blender? It feels like
In Eevee, bloom is the glow around